Good morning, everybody. Good to see you here. It is going to be a good day. We left in a very hot spot. We're going to come back in a very hot spot. Give me a second. It is one of those mornings. Good morning, my beloveds. I hope this finds you well. I am waiting for court. We have the proverbial fan. So for right now, that's all that we have. See? So we're going to stick on me for a minute. If you are a mod, please say hello so I know you're here. If you're not a mod and you have not subscribed, do the YouTubey thing. Y'all, I come prepared. I got hot coffee. I have an espresso machine, so I made a macchiato this morning. And I have water. So yes, I come prepared. Y'all, I don't know about y'all, but way that court left off yesterday, I couldn't stop thinking about it all day. I was like, what? The judge cut the court in a very why is it not stopping? The court stopped in a very interesting place yesterday. And I'm like, no, don't stop. Nope. You're not allowed to do that. And yeah, she did. I had more questions yesterday than I had answers. I'll admit. A lot more questions than I had answers yesterday, which was very difficult and irritating to me. I don't know what was going on. And we were left on a cliffhanger. We actually were left on a cliffhanger, y'all. So right now, the trial has not begun. We are waiting for trial to start. I am doing my YouTubey thing and getting all of my stuff set up. What the heck is that? I'll go to my YouTube there. Uh-oh, didn't mean to do that. Go in, do that. Make a new window. Yeah, the thing is that we have a lot of interesting things that I thought about in the middle of the frick night. And so I basically am going to wait for some more people to hop on live and we are going to discuss some of this stuff. Because let me tell you, y'all, Mm-mm. 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 Nope. One thing that bothered me about yesterday was the judge kept saying, "Oh, we need to hurry this along," but yet she kept having these sidebars that were like 5, 6, 10 minutes long. I'm like, ma'am, you are not moving this along. You want the jurors to move this along, but you're not moving this along. Some people hate her, some people like her. I have mixed emotions on her. It depends on what she's doing right now. I do like the control of the courtroom. She's very professional. I do like that. She's very clean with her instructions. I like that. What I don't like is her breathing on the mic. That's one of the things. I mean, all you hear is mouth breathing on the mic, or you hear her sighing because somebody is not making her happy. I hope y'all can hear me. I am waiting for a mod to hop on because I see people hopping on and then hopping off. Let me test myself. How about, yeah, I could hear myself. It was good. I could hear myself. So I don't know what's going on, y'all. But I am getting everything all set up. I got my coffee. I got my other coffee. And I have my big old Stanley with water. And I don't want to hear everyone talking about Stanley having lead in them. I actually tested mine. This one does not have lead. So we left off with the witness yesterday. I think we're going to start off again with that witness. This is day 7. I'm just getting my notes ready. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining me. So we left off yesterday with Michael Lake. He is now a lieutenant. I'm writing it here. Then I got to type everything in. That is the joys of get my coffee handles in the directions I need. So when I think we are on are we on Cross? Good morning, Miss Kevin. How do I sound? Why am I frozen on my end? Am I frozen? I hate doing this. And my mouse just died, I think. Nope. I got to do this. But am I frozen? I look frozen to me. My camera stopped. Cancel. Cancel. Can you see me?
Jimmy, can we get
It's getting ready to begin.
Can that be talk about it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yay. All persons have any business.
Can you still hear me?
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Do I name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Oh, Lord have freaking mercy.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David
Whoa,
Unetti for
white.
Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms.
Okay,
Reed.
there it goes.
Good morning, Jones.
Are we all good?
This is better. It's a better start. I appreciate everybody being ready to start promptly today. I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions?
Okay, Miss Kevin, I think I have it all up and going again. Yay! That's what I love about StreamYard, but I am pale as I can be, and I can't adjust it right now.
Refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case.
Did you notice the changes I made, Miss
Did
Kevin?
anyone happen to see, hear, read
I'll have to
anything
sit
about this
back a
case
little
that's
bit
been read
more.
yesterday?
I like
Everyone
leaning
said
forward
no
more than I
issue.
do leaning back.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we bring Lieutenant Ray in, please?
Yay! Are we in cross or redirect? Or we're still in. I have to look on yesterday.
You shall serve the undershirt of court and during the case now and here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
Morning. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant.
Dude, get on the
If
mic.
I could have Exhibit 41 back up on the screen.
Get on the mic.
And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video.
Get on the mic.
With respect to this video,
Do you
just
like
run
it?
Where we are and what we're looking at here.
I also have one.
This
for
is One
Blue.
Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass. John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play at this point. Now, Lieutenant Ray, while this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of.
Is it me or is he
January
soft?
29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
I'm looking.
And,
I'm looking it up.
using the laser
I'm going to pull the
pointer,
mic
in
back.
front of you,
Is-
if you could direct
If I
your
pull the mic back here,
attention
Miss
to
Kevin, can you still hear me well?
noted in regard to the rear area of the vehicle in front of your cruiser.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed.
Move to strike.
So let him finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
I have since reviewed this video, and I can tell that there is.
And,
Okay, the objection sustained.
woo, wait a minute, y'all. He went
Continue.
back and watched the
Now, during
video.
the course-
No, 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 no,
Let's
no,
ask
no,
the
no.
question differently.
During the
You
course of
don't.
your being checked, where is it around the residence that you
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and was seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were there, were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to
No,
event,
this is
did you
not.
learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8.
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently we did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know roughly
Y'all.
how long were you at the residence?
This was somebody else. I'm going to pin that.
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds.
I see it, guys. I got it. I don't know why my lights on my keyboard aren't coming on. People don't realize. There we go. People don't realize it's dark in here, except for that bright light shining up in my face. There, we got it,
Now,
y'all.
with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you
That
parked
guy
there,
needs to get
was
on the
anything
mic. It's
beyond
killing me.
Snow, ice, or things like that that you know within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there was 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that you noted anything on the ground beyond snow? Did you know?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Maybe they ought to take the leaf blower and blow it away so they can find it. Because if it was, it would be like way at the bottom of the snow pile because, well, that happened at 4
Now,
a.m.
sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave,
Mm.
are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a Ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that ring video?
Yes.
She does back up and hit
If
him.
I
You'll
could
see
have
it.
Exhibit 6. If I could have video 1.
Sorry, that is so good.
Ms. Gilman, if I could Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of 1 Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from here.
Look at the lack of snow on the top of her car. Why am I leaning in? Look at the lack of snow on top of her vehicle, y'all. That is what concerns me. Why is there so much lack of snow? I mean, I know the windows will snow up first, but look at the side of the car. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Yeah, you can. Look at the lack of snow build up here versus here. The lack of snow on the top of the vehicle. Yes, you're going to have this because you're driving in the snow and it kicks up and sticks. I get that in the hood of the car. This car, I mean, you can barely see the tracks. See where they look right here, the tracks. You can see here where she backed up earlier. You can see where she backed up and she did hit him. So hence why I want them to go over here and scrape up all that snow and find the glass. I mean, the plastic, in my humble opinion. Oh,
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 160.
Miss Kevin, I still have that sore on the top of my mouth. It's actually getting worse.
Just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you
Yeah,
recognize?
stop. I don't have my glasses on.
That's me exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
The only thing I don't like about that banner is it hides. But that's okay. Your comment's worth more than me. That really hides it, but that's okay. Let me see if I can edit that. Moving me up off of that. Or did I already? No, I didn't. Let's go to settings. Edit that one.
Ms. Gilman, can I have Exhibit 5? And from that, could I have video number 18? And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it.
Dang, y'all, that was loud. Sorry. Oy vey, that was loud. I'm sorry, Miss Kevin. I really am. Good morning, Andrea. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 19. Pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video
It looks like I'm heading towards from this vantage point to the right, which if you're looking at the house from the front would be the left. To see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Oh, precious. Not my favorite camera angle. See if this is better. Yeah. So when I put the comments up, it doesn't go across my face.
Ms. Gilman. You can take that down, Mr. Officer. If we could have if we could have the light back on.
Good morning.
And
What is
Lieutenant
that
Ray, just
thumping?
once you left the residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe it went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have a joke to tell you in a minute. I'm stealing it from Mr. Runkle of the Baileys.
I have
One
no
of his
further questions for
people.
this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
Christine Eddy?
The defense has no questions.
Okay, you are all set.
What? Oh. Okay, here's the joke or the comment. Do y'all remember that broken glass that they held up as evidence? One of his
Yes, Your Honor.
viewers said,
Call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
I didn't get that last name, but you know that broken piece of glass? Yeah. That's the sharpest tool in the toolbox for the Canton PD office. That's what they said. That's bad. But I have some comments to make about that glass. Have y'all? I was laying in bed and about 2 o'clock this morning, I went ding, 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 ding. And I'm like, oh, crap. So I get up
If I may, while the witness is coming in, may we approach this
Sure.
procedural thing?
and do the thing and get back in bed. And I'm laying there going, oh, God, I want to go to sleep. And all of a sudden, the light bulb went overhead. Just for giggles and grins, what if the dog didn't bite him, but someone used that glass to dig and slice? Because I got to thinking, where's the bites on the backside of the arm? There's no bites on the backside of the arm. Didn't mean the dog didn't bite like this. Okay, that's true. But it also could have been a glass punching and scratching. But what about the sleeves? Where's the blood on the sleeves? My mind just was going, y'all. I apologize, but not. I mean, there's so many things. There's so many things that it could have been. I don't think so. And I watched Runkle of the Bailey, Law and Lumber, Lawyer You Know, and Emily D. Baker. And all of them were going, what the about the bag, right? With the cups in it. None of that should have been entered into evidence. But one thing that I noted, and I wish I would have said it yesterday, it would have been perfect. When Lieutenant was up on the, Michael Lank was up on the stand, and he was saying that in his 24 years, he had never, he doesn't recall a specific in using evidence tape. Dude, you just freaking opened up a box that was just all anywhere that it could be opened. So it's a square tape around the top, around the bottom, across the top, across the bottom. It's covered in tape. And you can see where they constantly taped it and signed it and dated it and the bag. So what the hell do you mean you don't know? You freaking handled an evidence bag in a box that's an evidence box with the, I mean, like, didn't mean that to happen. I got a trigger happy button. I'm going to, as soon as I can call them in opening hours, I'm going to call them and say, y'all, I need you to send me another one. I'm sending this one back. This is really irritating me. But I have to completely strip this from the stand, which means unscrew a little itty bitty screw to get the freaking serial number on it before I can call him. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm like, I hope and pray this jury is smart enough to see through the bullshit. Y'all, I have to wait till 2 hours before I can live one slip. Not that I really want to, but you know what I mean. Oh, I forgot to type it in. Michael, what?
Someone's with the unrestricted court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. Thank you.
Okay, what is he?
Just need you to really speak loudly into that microphone. Thank you.
And I think that they used a well check as a looky-loo in the house. That's one way to do it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
I would not want to give
Sir, if
my
you want that
personal.
microphone to adjust around to whatever's comfortable, okay?
Mhm.
He's a lieutenant.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
He just used to.
And that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Catherine,
Who is he?
And how old are your 2 children?
16 and 13.
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have the 2 of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as well?
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard
Did I
to
start
John
something, y'all?
how did you know John?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the 2 of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And what are their first names?
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kurt Roberts, how do you know Kurt Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the 2 of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Kurt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that, so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were
My daughter was very extremely close.
they? And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what, if any, sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball.
Oh, he's going to get
Soccer
emotional.
also.
Bring the tissues, y'all.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you live?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee first?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention.
Show counsel.
I'm showing you the document.
Okay.
As far as specifically with reference to page.
Prayers to all the students. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Prayers to all the students who are taking final
So
exams.
I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerano or Mr. O'Keefe.
I know my daughter just texted me, Mama, pray.
Then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay. Go
Is
ahead,
my
Mr.
sound good
Lally.
if I'm off the mic like this?
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. Before I do that, Mr. Camerano, do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit the full essentially elected exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, this might get a little spicy. I need to get a little jalapeno. Let me see if I can do it.
Thank you.
There is jalapeno. And there's a pickle. Y'all, we need to pick something up for me. I need to, you know.
Camerano, bring your attention
figure
back
out.
to page 187 of that document. Do you see anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation?
Oh, perfect. So I don't have to be directly on the mic. I can be back here. That's good.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page?
Come on, dude. Get in the freaking mic.
Sorry, so just from page 187. From
My wife.
your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? Sorry, you have to.
Correct.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Catherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now,
So they're in a three-way text.
beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this for the jury to read as well?
Yes.
Wish you get on the mic.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to page 188. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you.
I'm going to take me off so y'all can see better.
So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I believe it's 48.
Yes.
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the page before you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife.
From within.
Oh,
the
no,
bubble.
I'm communicating. Sorry. Excuse me.
So there's a from and a to. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this?
Cool. I
conversation?
found the spicy. We'll use that later.
Congrats. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down.
I have an
And
idea.
the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes, we did.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah. And again, sir, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The next green bubble, what, if anything, does that say? And who is it from?
From John. Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And is that your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is it?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. continue down. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
I can't do a spicy.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Morning, Eddie.
I know.
I'm playing, y'all.
From my wife, Kate.
So look, y'all, look what I figured out.
If you could scroll down.
I can do a spicy banner.
And the next bubble, sir.
I'm having
From me, I am sure she is freaking out.
Good morning, Eddie.
Scroll down again, please.
Thank you for joining. Y'all, we need to beef up our views. What can we do?
Sir, who is it
Tell
from?
me.
What does it say?
From John. No doubt.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach on just a,
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't.
Mr. Camerano, are you able to see without these lights
Morning,
on?
Sparkles. Yay. Good morning,
Yes.
everybody.
Okay.
Y'all, look what I learned how to do. You want to see it? Look, I figured out how to make a spicy banner. Okay, we're going to put it back on the other. Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed the changes I have made? Look at the changes I have made. I'm so proud of myself.
And so just before we get to that, on this particular day, January 28th, 2022, where was your wife that day?
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
Okay. And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to, at that time, what was her sort of typical work schedule with reference to weekends?
She worked weekend nights, her shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on Friday evenings, what, if anything, was it that you would typically do?
I think she's in
Friday,
her.
I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend, take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct. With at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee, typically on a Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this exhibit, again, towards the bottom, is there an indication as to a conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
By the way, I'm keeping an if any, or if anything that if any comes up, I'll let you know what the end of the day total was. One day it was over 100.
What are you asking?
May I approach on?
Yes.
So what I want to direct your attention to is the bottom of page 156 here, as far as that box at the bottom.
Thank you
What,
for
if anything,
joining.
does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on the next page?
Myself and John?
And sir, if I could ask you to flip the page over to page 157. And Your Honor, with court's permission, should I publish this part of the conversation?
I'm kind of struggling with this testimony a
Yes,
little
there's
bit.
no
I don't
objections to
understand
Jackson,
why.
right?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 150 now.
Can't do that. My screen will get involved. I don't
So,
want.
Mr. Camerano, again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as page 157?
Correct.
And you can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you.
Okay.
Or if it's easier to see the
I
screen,
will
either.
pop that up in full for
But
you
with
guys.
reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, as if you could indicate to the
If
jury
they
again
show it.
who it's from and what it is.
It's from JJ.
JJ,
How did Kara do, by the way?
And who is Karen?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And the next bubble again. I'm sorry.
I need to snooze.
May I-
Ted, take the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman. Turn on the lights, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
May I have just a moment with council?
Sure.
Now. No, you may not have a moment with counsel. No.
May I approach this to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, that was a quick moment with counsel. No problems, Miss.
And just for the record,
Kevin.
Your Honor, I would ask at
Mrs.
this point to strike whatever, I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was did not seem
Yes,
to be
it was an I don't know answer. So
thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
My apologies. Directing
So
your
want
attention,
the
Mr.
Jeopardy
Camerano,
music.
On 157. Before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
See you soon.
Yes.
And so my
We'll watch us tell me time
In
to
regards
stand
to
up.
this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ, you guys around tonight.
So I'm just coming if you could scroll down. And with respect to
This
that
is one of those
bubble,
witnesses that you dread having to sit through because
From
it's
me,
important, but yet
Kate is
boring.
working, I'm around, Madeline Michael is going to the loose to play with a friend.
And what is
The setting up, the son wasn't home.
The loose is a elementary school.
Was there a play?
That,
or something
to
happening?
play, there's a park down there, activities for kids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble.
A park.
And again,
I really
who's
struggle
from
with
and
their
what does it
accent,
say?
y'all.
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now.
Gabrielle,
I'll text
Ann,
on my way
are you
back.
still here?
And could that be at the
Thank you guys for joining.
be.
I appreciate it. Do the YouTubey thing,
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble.
please.
And again, who is it from and what does it say?
Oh, Don. From me to JJ, everything okay?
And if you could, down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman.
Why would you ask if everything was okay?
And again, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman.
I'm sorry. My teenager said that to me.
Again, fair to say that one's blank? So as far as no text, but.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And go back to the microphone or
No, I cannot hear that, but I feel the vibration because I have
Ms.
these
Camerano, the
mega
next
ears
bubble has
in.
no text to it, is that correct?
Correct.
and now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
No, keep his ass.
The
Keep
next
him on the
bubble,
mic.
that, green one,
Gotta
again,
censor
who is it
myself.
from and what does it say,
I'm
sir?
tired of him coming off.
From Johnny. Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is the hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And where is it located?
Canton.
Madeline, that's a girl.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The blue bubble on the screen, who is that from and what does it say?
From me to Johnny. I probably won't get to your house till 5:30.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Again, that green
He
bubble.
said Madeline.
From and what does it say?
From Johnny. Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll
Johnny instead of John. I'm sorry. When you're in your 30s and 40s, Johnny just seems to be so childish.
From me.
My humble
I
opinion.
am leaving in 10.
Here we go again. I feel it.
Johnny. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Just for the noise.
Okay, sir. And the next green bubble.
Could you answer again,
Another one.
please?
Yes. From JJ. Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could One last time, and that's, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
I was hoping we'd open with a bang to keep us awake this morning. This is hard for me to stay awake. I'm sorry, y'all. It really, really is.
Now, Mr. Camerano, with regard to your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter.
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
I don't.
You know, I find it interesting that so many, when they have these court cases years after the fact, and they want you to remember what time you arrived at the
Now,
house.
through
Unless there's some event that's special, most people wouldn't know that.
your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with her, and who if anyone, was she to Mr. O'Keefe as far as you know?
John introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's sitting right there.
No, just ask the record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28th, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
A year?
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
No.
And as far as you were aware, where Mr. O'Keefe lived, did Ms. Reed live there as well?
Yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own as far as you knew?
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct. Yes.
Would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And where would that be?
At the house, maybe at Fields.
Now, with reference to their relationship, what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain. We need a time frame.
In the time period around, say, the weeks leading up to January 28, 2022, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Just regular guy conversations.
Anything specific that you can recall?
He's trying to get to a point
No.
and knew it. That was a letdown for
When
you,
you
sir.
arrived at the house, or typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
In the driveway to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes.
He's also going to testify that he did not see a
When you
broken
arrived
light.
at the house,
I think that's the defense's table writing.
Into the house.
It's making that noise on the mic,
Yes.
or the judge.
And when you got in there, who, if anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Excuse me?
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just really excited for the girls.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We went down to McCarthy's.
And is that CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's in Canton Center.
And about how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's house is that?
5-10 minutes.
And is that somewhere that you're familiar with? You've been before?
Not frequently, no.
Now, with regard to, you know approximately what time you left Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy's?
They were in the house.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, were there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Now, prior to leaving the house, what, if anything, did you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to the vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me to, I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
And as far as the snowstorm was concerned, what, if anything, did you know at that point in regard to that?
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
What I want to know. I know, right?
I'm just trying to remember which.
I'm sorry, I'm readjusting in my chair. What I want to know is, why did Canton PD not pull all the Ring apps
Gilman be allowed to publish
cameras on the
as far as
outside or all the security cameras in all the homes on the
driveway with
outside
ring video?
on that street?
Okay.
Why?
And Ms. Gilman, if
Why?
I could ask for video number 145.
I think that they would have pulled
You could pause it right there.
all the cameras. Okay, here we go,
Mr.
guys.
Camerano, do
I'm
you
going to
recognize
enlarge
what
this.
that one's-
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
myself and my daughter.
And as far as
Almost no snow on the ground.
Yes.
So just before you hear, this is a laser pointer. You just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Camerano, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where this video to observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where is it?
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this.
Okay, mods. I'll be right back.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it there briefly. Now, Mr. Camerano, you're familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house. You've been there plenty of times, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what, if any, sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, as far as, and what I mean by garage doors is sort of electronic up, up and
So there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left door.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
Was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what, if any, other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what, if anything, was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond the
A keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
And at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now, when you walk into the garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
You pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how he kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could, actually, I'm sorry. Your Honor, with regard to the next video that's not contained on this Exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
And there was no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, this would relate to Exhibit 6 and it's video number 148. And with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was just up on the video, sir, it's just up on the screen as video number 148. That was what you had testified to previously as far as moving the cars.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later on that evening.
Correct.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe, from that video on the screen there was walking to the car. Did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Yes.
Yep.
And as far as what you
I
observed in
got
that
it.
video, what you recall from that
Thank
evening,
you.
is that how he was dressed that evening?
Too many
Yes.
buttons to
And when I
push when I
say
come
how he
back
was
in.
dressed for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him.
Yes.
So it's January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference
Where's the
to that,
jacket
is-
he
is-
supposedly
was
had on by
Mr.
that
O'Keefe,
EMT?
someone that would typically wear a coat,
No.
and ever? That
Okay,
you
I'm going to
recall?
pause this real quick.
Never that I could recall.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish video number 149.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. Do you remember? There it is. I got it. Do you remember one of the first EMT? Sorry about that. Do you remember the first EMT that stated they had to cut? He had a puffy jacket on, and that they had to take it off his fingers. His fingers were already stiff. They had a hard time getting the puffy jacket off of him. Where's the freaking jacket? Just curious. Where's the freaking jacket? He never wore a jacket, they said. So that right there tells me that somebody doesn't remember their facts. And if I was a juror, I would throw out his testimony because obviously he's not remembering correctly, or at least part of it. I wouldn't hold much weight. Where's the jacket?
And Ms. Gilman, for the sake of time, you can start. And yes, you can bring it down. So from that video, Mr. Camerano, what is it that you and Mr. O'Keefe are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
Now,
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
yes.
Thank you.
Just can't get that off my mind, y'all.
Now, at some point after you arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joined your group?
Kurt.
And that'd be Kirk Roberts, is that
Correct.
And how was it that he came to C.F. McCarthy's that night, if you know?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what do you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy's?
He showed up, yes.
And about how long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Kirk show up?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
And if you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Ms. Reed appeared at C.F. McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long
I'm
after
just trying different
yourself and
formats,
John
Joe.
arrived that Ms. Reed?
I
I
like
don't.
Now, with reference to that establishment of C.F. McCarthy's, are you aware, or have you become aware that there was surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes.
And you've seen some of that footage, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce and admit the surveillance video from C.F. McCarthy's as the next exhibit.
And there's no objection, Mr. Jackson.
There's none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Full recorder.
Tori. 55 or 50?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to publish publish portions of that video for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from that video, the first, the first video. If I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes. If you could pause it just there. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Camerano?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
CF McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that.
These seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes.
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is? And so what I'm going to ask.
Wait, there's a puffy jacket there.
To press play, and then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
So is
Okay.
Michael wearing a puffy jacket?
Gentlemen, if you could.
Is that a puffy? Oh, that's where the doors. Did they just come in? Yep, that's
Mr. Chairman,
them.
if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Camerano, you're directing with the laser pointer to the
Sorry.
screen. If you could just describe what you're directing. Please.
That is me. And that is John.
And thanks.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Wearing
just
what appears to be like a
translate
baseball t-shirt, white or light gray with dark gray. That's the hoodie. It's a light two-toned hoodie. The sleeves are dark with the dark. Yeah, he was in a hoodie. Just saying. So now they're up front. So anything about a puffy jacket is not correct. And as they said, he barely ever wore a jacket. So they got a beer. They haven't said how much blood alcohol was in his how much alcohol was in his blood. I'm sure the Emmy will give us all of that, but I'm just curious. How drunk was he? Are we going to watch the whole thing or are they just going to speed it up? Guess not.
And Your Honor, for the record, I think we're at about 9 minutes and 41 seconds or so.
Okay.
So with reference to CF McCarthy's, you went there and had some drinks, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for the two of you?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of, was that from the tap, a bottle, or something?
From the bottle.
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr. O'Keefe would drink?
Bud Light.
And do you recall specifically that's what you had that night, or that's just what you would typically have?
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
And if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your time at CF McCarthy's that
I don't.
As far as yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of in relation to each other how much you each had to drink?
No, maybe 6 beers.
And what I'm asking, sir, is it's not like, did one of you have 10 and one of you had 2, or was it sort of commensurate with each other?
Commensurate, one for one. I would,
Okay. So essentially you're buying rounds as you go along.
correct.
Now, from your time at C.F. McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good.
So no arguments, no fighting, anything like that? Group call.
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take this down and go to the 3rd video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6-minute and 10-second mark through the 7-minute mark. And when you get to 6:10, if you could just pause.
I'm sure that's when Miss Reed
Camerano,
showed
I'm
it.
directing your attention to the screen, if you could, from the parties that were
Yep.
within your group sort of that night at the bar. If you could just direct the jury's attention to who is who, or who, if anyone, you recognize in the video.
Oh, that's going to be
Kirk.
Reed.
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Roberts has now joined your group.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it for me. If you could pause there, please. Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts, was he a beer drinker as well?
Yes.
And from a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
Correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into frame or coming to join your group?
Karen Reed.
And so from this, is this about the time that she entered
Yep.
the establishment or came into the bar?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at C.F. McCarthy's that night?
She was drinking out of a glass.
And if you know, what if anything did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass as far as a straw, fruit, anything like that?
A straw, maybe.
And what, if anything, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
And as far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now, I'm sorry to keep jumping back and forth between, but Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and let it run, excuse me, to the 7-minute mark.
Y'all, I have so many pages and notes. It's not even funny. I find how gentlemanly they are. No one stood up and gave her the seat.
Ms. Gilman, from this same 3rd video in this exhibit of the C.F. McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark, pause there.
I guess he gets up and goes to the bathroom.
I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds. So just about 15 seconds.
No, they're both standing.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down for now. So Mr. Camerano, you indicated that your son was at Luce Elementary School for a play of some sort. Is that correct?
He was for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go that day?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else, was
He was skating at a little party.
Well, let me ask you this. Was he a hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skate, he's in the
Skating,
backyard.
yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
And at some point with relation to that, what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave C.F. McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to go get him.
And do you recall about what time that was that you left C.F. McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
Look at the video at the bar. You'll see what time he left.
Now, from the group that you were with, as far as yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone, left first?
I believe Kurt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Kurt left?
Kurt just got up and left.
So sort of an Irish goodbye?
Yeah, Irish goodbye, yes.
That's something he's known for?
Yes.
And about when was that in relation to when you left?
Not too soon after.
I'm sorry, not too soon after or not too soon before?
I left after, probably, I'd like to say 15 minutes after Kurt left.
I know someone who does a lot of Irish goodbyes. I like that. I'm going to use it.
Now, with the court's permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish just 2 more segments from this.
Okay.
So Ms. Gilman,
Another laying groundwork here, y'all. I know it's important, but I'm ready for some bang bang, spicy. Give me something to get excited about. I wish they'd stop playing their evidence list because I could pause it and read every bit of that. And I don't see a timestamp on this video, which frustrates me. I see dining room up in the very corner, very tiny, tiny, tiny left-hand corner. Oh, she's discussing something very intently with somebody in the white baseball cap.
Yeah, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just pause it there for 1 second.
Who is she talking
Now,
to?
Ms. Camerano, from your looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
And do you know his first name or anything beyond just Sully?
Sully. I don't know his first name.
And how is it that you know him?
Kids play baseball with his son.
So in addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Mr. Roberts, does he have a son that's around the same age? Correct. And this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with the 3 of your kids?
Correct.
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be?
He just happened to be there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and just run to about the 20-minute mark or so. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could move that forward again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds.
So Michael's saying goodbye
And
to
if
Karen
you
Reed.
could just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so just about 10 seconds.
No harm in that. He leaves, gets busted
And
out
since
of tooth.
Camerano, did you see yourself in that portion of the video?
Yes,
And do you know what you were doing at that time?
leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
And then you left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please.
That's nice of him to pay a full tab. That's at least 12 beers and a vodka or two. I think they said she ended up having 9 vodkas or 6.
Now,
No,
Mr.
she claimed
Camerano,
4. I think they said
Camerano,
6
you,
to
you
9.
left there and went to pick up your son, is that correct?
Yes,
And following picking up your son, where did you go?
back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that time?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter,
Correct.
and you recall approximately what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, did you park in the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up your?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Now, as far as from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see if McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned, or any damage or anything like that?
Everything looked normal.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to just publish another video or two from Exhibit 6.
Okay.
I just pulled a judge. Yeah, I'm struggling to
And
stay
this
awake,
time,
y'all.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the driveway again, video 152.
Okay, I'm going to close out so you guys can see. I need substance. I need the Jeopardy music so bad.
Ms. Gilman, you can stop there. Now, from that video 152 that was just up on the screen, sir, can you describe for the
Good
court,
one.
for the jury, excuse me, just as sort of what was going on in that video?
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline, and my
Oh, they
son,
didn't show it.
Michael, was with me. Yes, all 3 of us.
And where did you go from there?
Right.
Home.
And when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. During the time that you were at C.F. McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye?
No.
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed that you were leaving to go pick up your son?
Yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give to you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the evening?
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what, if anything, was across the street?
There's another bar room.
Is that the waterfall?
Waterfall, yes.
You familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to CF McCarthy?
Across the street to the left. If you were coming out of CF McCarthy's.
Walking distance, is that correct?
Correct.
And
Okay, so that's where they got all
you
drunk
leave,
at.
you get your son, you pick up your daughter at Mr. O'Keefe's house, and then you go home, correct?
Correct.
And when you get home, about how much longer were you up before you went to bed?
Wasn't up much longer.
And when you typically go to bed, what, if anything, did you do with your phone?
Put him on the charger.
Where's the charger located in reference?
in the kitchen.
And when, following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
5:36 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
And essentially one personal, one work, is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
1 phone at that time.
Was that your work or your personal?
My personal phone.
And
Where was that
get
one
up,
located?
you look at your phone. What, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen, and missed calls from my wife's work.
And when you say missed calls, we're talking about one call, several calls,
Several calls.
any voicemails that you recall associated with those calls?
I don't recall.
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your wife at that?
My wife said to me that John.
Okay, sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Here we go. I need to wake up. I am so struggling this morning with this. I know every day can't be spicy. I get that. They're just laying the groundwork of what happened that night. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of other people they're going to contact, including Kirk. I don't know if they'll have him.
Oh my God.
Y'all, I got to get better sleep. This waking up in the middle of the night sucks. And I'm trying to get up earlier because normally I don't get up this early to get here.
So, Mr. Camerano, you call your wife, and what, if anything, is it in general that she tells you?
She tells me that John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that out?
She just she said she's received phone calls from
From whom?
Karen.
From Karen. And then based on that, you have a conversation with your wife about John's niece and nephew, is that right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes.
And so based on that information, what is it that you do next?
I realize that Kaylee's home alone, so I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick, what, if anything, did you have to clean off?
I cleaned the snow off the front windshield.
And again, you sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the conditions?
We're
of
at
the
48
garage
what if
door?
any's this morning.
When I pulled in, I could tell the door, the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee. I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors at that point?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down. the door.
And at some point, how did you get the?
So I manually, this red rope, I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors. There's 2 side locks on the garage door, and I went out through the side garage door.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and you pulled into the driveway, do you recall how many vehicles were in the driveway when you got there?
Yes,
And how many?
2,
And whose vehicles were they?
John's and Karen's.
And John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter there?
Same spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation to the driveway?
It was pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking about?
Correct. Mhm.
And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No,
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Probably.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not.
If I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
Oh, more video. Okay, let me put you on the full screen. I'm going to let him do that. I'm
From
going to
those, first starting with
get me some
video
substance. I need it.
155, and essentially it's going to go 155 through 158. If you could pause it.
Yes.
And Mr. Camerano, you recognize what's up on the screen again?
Yes, my car.
And is this sort of when you're pulling in to get Kelly?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle. And is that essentially from what you observed there, that's where it was the entirety of the time that you were there?
Yes.
So nobody else came to the home during the time that you were there to pick up Kaylee and shoveling out the snow from the garage?
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the next video, 156. Ms. Gilman. Next video 157. Lastly, Ms. Gilman, video 158. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And so, Mr. Camerano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were played before the jury? Is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. We get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they were hanging out.
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go from there?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Camerano, just a few questions. You and your wife did spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you consider John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it was called Bishop.
Bishop Fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
I don't recall.
You remember being at an open house and a tour of Bishop with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and John's niece?
I do recall being in an auditorium. I do.
Yeah, big auditorium, big tour of the school.
Yes.
In hopes of all the kids getting in.
Yes.
Okay, to make sure it's the right fit for the kids.
Correct.
And Karen was there, sort of as a
She was.
matriarch for John's niece.
Yes.
Your daughter spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You liked
Correct.
Miss Reed.
Correct.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
You never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury, and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering. They would just banter together.
I guess so. Yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids, like he wouldn't like that, stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe spoiling the children.
Yes.
A little bit.
Yes.
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
Correct. Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Miss Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described the situation in which Miss Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish she hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Yes.
All right. You would agree there are worse things in the world than spoiling a child.
Correct.
Objection.
I'll let it stand.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe even hint at the idea of breaking up with Miss Reed.
Not that I can recall.
I want to turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video, and you explained what was happening in the video, where some cars were being jostled around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Miss Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes.
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow. Is that right?
Correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes.
You saw a video that Mr. Lally played for you of the moment. There are several videos, but I want to direct your attention or your memory to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location, how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yes.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Did you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
They kissed. Yeah.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hugged each other, correct?
Yeah.
Did you? It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Did you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
That was. You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
you saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location, how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yes.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Would you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
They kissed. Yeah.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hugged each other, correct?
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her?
Yes.
Okay. They seemed happy to see each other. is what I
Yes.
Um, You didn't observe while you were at CF McCarthy's with them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No.
Matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing. Would you describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes.
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have here. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir. All right, jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
Jurors, if you'd fold and close your notebooks, placing them on your chairs, taking your belongings. All rise, jury out.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I just had eggs and it feels like a razor blade has sliced the top of my mouth open. Okay. Whew. That was painful. All right. I have found a way to connect everything to my Stream Deck to control muting and unmuting the computer mic, the microphone, without muting the court TV. So I got to do that this afternoon. I've got 2 buttons I have to push to unmute. And sometimes I forget to push one. I apologize. What is your opinion so far, y'all? What is your humble opinions as alternate jurors? What do you think? Right now I just hear groundwork. I don't see or hear anything that makes me go, yay, one way or the other. It's just basic groundwork. I do feel the neighbor really, I mean, not the neighbor, Michael, can Camerano struggled because he is testifying for the prosecution, but the defense is saying, hey, you know what? You didn't see them argue. You didn't have any issues. You didn't see this. You didn't see that. Yeah, I know, Anne. And I'm sorry for that loss. I really am. The thing is that some people live more meagerly than other people. Um, a police officer's salary is not that much. And she by far had the more salary. You can tell just looking at her car, looking at her right now. She has more means. And whether that's from parents or her own income, I don't know. And she may have been raised where it was normal to go get a manicure every week if you were a young lady. And in his house, that's an extravagance. So I get it. It's not something that I would have a red flag over. It's also, he only had the children about a couple of years. He is taking over someone else's kids entirely. That is a huge responsibility. He may have had issues about her having more money. Yeah, I mean, some men do find it hard that the woman has more money than they do. Yeah. So that is a very, very good possibility. I mean, it may be an unsaid issue with him. But, in the end, I mean, if that's all they had a disagreement about, I think they're doing pretty darn good as a couple. I mean, really, let's think about that. But what gets me is that they're talking about at some point the defense is going to bring it in where she backed up, and they did show it earlier. I don't know where I saw the video where she did back up and she did hit his car and her taillight broke. I will say, typically, and I've said this before, when your taillight breaks, it's not going to be a full clean every piece of glass or plastic out of that taillight and still maintain the silver plastic housing around it and go through the middle of it. Don't know. I was shocked to see the taillight so cleanly, all of the red plastic housing removed, but yet you still had an intact, clean housing of that silver plastic. Yes, babe. Sorry, y'all, I'm struggling with this in my mouth. But anyway, now it hurts here too. I gotta set something up. But for me, the bigger issue is that taillight. Why, if that's where it broke? Now, her friend said she saw the taillight and it wasn't broken. So either the friend's lying or something happened while she was out. I'm gonna set up an appointment if I can with my doctor. We have to do everything through our phone now, which in some ways is good. That you can just go through your phone. I gotta get my glasses. I love not wearing my glasses because they have got some scratches. They're old. They're like 4 years old. Appointments. Schedule an appointment. So, but I still can't get my mind off of the puffy jacket. Yes. The first MT, and I will go back and find his names. The names. Family. Sick visit appointment. Shoot. Y'all, I'm gonna take an 8:30 in the morning doctor's appointment. And then what I will do is come in late. So Friday morning at 8:30, I have a doctor's appointment for my mouth. I can't keep living like this. It's horrible. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So the puffy jacket, they sit there and declared that the puffy jacket was in the vehicle. Let me go back and look. I got a moment. I don't know why I just don't go back and look, because he made such a big deal about the puffy jacket. He did. Oh. Cut out of that. I'm going to go to that. I don't know why my son isn't there yet. There he is. So, day 2, you're looking at. I got to get everything out of my way, because this will knock everybody out. Address was wrong. Shows Karen Region, day 2. I think day 1, witnesses. Now, mind you, I did not count day 1 with. Day 1 was Paul O'Keefe and his wife, Erin O'Keefe. And then we had Officer Saraf. Can y'all hear me okay? Then we had Officer Saraf. I got to get a longer cord. Officer Saraf, day 2. Boy, he went forever. Officer Stephen Mulaney. EMT, there it is. So it was day 2. Metal. He said he had his body, he was dressed for the weather. His body was 6 to 8 feet from the curb. John O'Keefe had several layers of clothing dressed for the weather. They stripped all of the clothing. So, clothing removed, jacket. He removed the jackets. Multiple. Then you have Anthony Flametti, Lieutenant, lead paramedic. Day 3, continuation. He said he undressed him. There was no jacket. So it was Methal who stated that he had the puffy jacket. Nobody else stated anything about a jacket. And guess what? Nobody said anything about a hat. Why? Because they didn't see one. And we don't know where the hat is. The hat is like, where's the hat? And that was something else. If they didn't find a hat and they see the hat in the video, heck, I'd go back to the house and get a warrant to search for the hat. I know they say he wasn't in there. So let's go with that. Oh, it's burning all the way down in here. I don't know what's going on, y'all, but I'm concerned. But yay, I got a doctor's appointment. And I could do it while I was online with you. So I don't know who the hat and shoe. The hat and the shoe. Well, they found the shoe later. Excuse me. They found the hat and the shoe later. So I don't know where the hat is. That to me is a little bit on the Let's. The other thing that I was thinking about was the dog versus the glass. And I need to go back and look at those images. I really do. So I'm going to move my comments over here. Scroll down a little. Come on. Get them over here. Karen Reed trial. I don't have a picture of that, do I? No. Okay, I'm going to have to search it. Just give me a second. Sorry for your ears. I want to look at that again. I really want to see that again. Okay, y'all. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Okay. And there we go. I'm going to pull it up now. And I'm going to come off screen. Okay, y'all. Let me get this. There we go. Okay, here is my question. When y'all look at this, what do you see? You see my mouse? All of the wounds have a puncture. It's thicker here, narrow here, thicker here, narrow. Oh, that's almost the same. But look at this. Thick here and narrow. But I've said, no, those are deeper than scratches. There's are punctures on this end here. Can I blow that up more? Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let me do this and this. Why is it going smaller? Okay, I can't blow it up any more than what it is. Now I'm going to bring me on scene with, okay. So let me back up. These look like this and down. This and down. They could be dog scratches. However, I was a dog groomer for years. Had a lot of scratches. I have never had scratches like this. That's too deep. Especially if he had that shirt on. Want to see the sleeve of the shirt. That's what I want to see. But what if it was the broken glass and they were slashing him and hitting him? Someone had the glass in hand and they're in a fight and they're swinging that glass up and down like that. I'm going to get myself full now. I'm going to take him off, put me back on. So, I don't want to use that as a glass because that had something in it. I have an empty pot. We'll use this. This and down. This and down. So if he's doing this and somebody has this and they're slicing him with the glass. Did they test the glass for blood? Did they? Did they test it? Did they test it for fingerprints? No. But someone said, well, these look old. Well, in the snow, they would coagulate quickly in the snow. And dogs would have a lower bite mark. Now, we may not see the other side of this picture. Okay? But there would be, I've been bit many a time by dog too. And there would be an upper. Now, this could be two canines, but where are the middle teeth? These are too close. This looks more like the glass to me. But why was the dog disposed of in the means? When I say disposed of, I'm not talking put down. I'm talking about rehomed with no explanation. Now, I did know, and I have heard that the dog was a little bit edgy. That was the material he had on. Now, that is high enough that if he was hot, he could have pushed the sleeve up. Say he went to somebody's house. He could have pushed his sleeves up to there. That could have happened. But this right here, the cuts, let me share the full screen so my mouse will show. Will it show? Oh, there it is. These cuts are too deep. That would bleed. How did those get there? Those are more defensive, and they're coming from this angle towards the outer side of the arm to the inner arm. So the arm would probably be raised. I don't see how, I mean, at first I thought these could be bite marks because they could be. But I got to thinking, we have not seen any other pictures of the underarm. So that's one thing I'm going to wait for. But this, after seeing that glass, after seeing the glass, I'm like, y'all, this could have been the glass. As soon as I saw it, I went, oh, y'all. Let's see if I can pull up that part of the testimony before they come up. Okay. Let me get back to my home, my videos, and let me see if I can scrub and find it. Okay. Because I want you guys to see the glass. Okay, here we go. I'm going to share the screen. I'm going to scrub to the glass. There we go. I'm playing it. I'm going to put me large. Well, first of all, he does something stupid. I'm going to scrub back. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get it to an exact spot. What does he do? He does something so profoundly stupid. Why is my video doing that? Okay, let's see if I can. Okay, first of all, you're touching an evidence box without a glove. Freaking get it now. Look at all this tape. See all these cross tapes on the top? I'm going to pause it. You see all those cross tapes? Each one of those cross tapes is the time that that box has been opened, and it's marked. Okay? And then, so he gets his gloves on. He's opening up the box. He said he doesn't know anything about the tapes. Watch what he does. 5, 6, wait a minute. Don't open it. Don't take it out yet. Look at all these side tapes. Every time that bag is opened, that a tape is put on. Y'all, that cup, the cups should have looked like this small paper bag. It has a band all the way around it, and it has the tapes. Now watch what he does. Come on, hurry up, do it. I want you to see what he does. Come on. Whoa. What is he doing there? He's got gloves because you don't want to contaminate the evidence. What is he doing? Come on, y'all. Wake up. Answer. He's touching his freaking face. You can't do that. Now you need to take off those gloves. Sorry, y'all. You need to take the gloves off and you need to put a new pair on before touching that glass. It is still evidence. Let's go. Touches the glasses. Then he also touches his face. He'll do this at some point. He's going to scratch the side of his nose with the back of his thumb. Or maybe he's already done that. He already did that. Okay. But watch this glass. Look at him hold it. Freeze. Well, all right, right there. Can I enlarge this? Control. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. Why is it doing that? No, I can't. It won't let me enlarge it. But look at the charts. Look how the glass is. Very raggedy. Very raggedy. Please tell me. Let me do that. Now let's see if I can enlarge it anymore. It won't let me do it. Dag nabbit. All right. Well, it did a little bit. Okay, he's holding it's down here. Well, now it's out of the view. Look at the glass, y'all. Look at the width of the glass. I believe I believe in the children of our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Sorry. Look at these scratches on his arm. Look at this pattern. Y'all, I would love for them to take that glass. If I was the defense, I would take that glass. Well, yeah, first of all, see whose fingerprints on that glass. Unfortunately, here's the bad part. They state that Karen Reed's glass was filled with vodka and she had a glass. Now, they state in this place. Now, in the other bar, they said he left with a glass. So we'll see. But I want that glass fingerprinted. I want to know the contents of that glass, whether it was vodka, what it was. I want to look at the receipts and see who had what. But they said she had, I think, 8 or 9. She said 4. I think, I don't know, 6 to 9. We'll just do 6 to 9 drinks that night. In an interview that she had, I think I wrote it down somewhere. But this looks like glass wounds to me. Okay, guys, I'm rambling. What is your opinion? I'm going to take this off now. Share the screen instead. Doing some cleanup on my monitor while I'm waiting for y'all to give comment. I know I'm getting a little bit off on the glass thing, but I'm suspicious. I don't think that's a dog bite. At all. Sorry, that hurt. I really don't think that's a dog bite. I want to see the lower jaw. The lower jaw has to grab something. And the way the spacing is on a lot of those, that's not a dog bite. You would see the fangs are the longest, biggest teeth in the front of the mouth where the bite would happen. You would see multiple fangs and they would be the same distance apart. Those wounds were not same distance apart. Those wounds were varying in distance and more like a piece of glass. Sounds like they're coming back.
We're back in session, you may be seated.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Catherine Camerano.
Okay, now we got Miss Catherine Camerano. I'm going to spell it the way I know. If it's wrong, we'll find out.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Slide right up close to the mic.
Nice and close to that microphone and speak nice and loudly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Catherine Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, you live in Canton with?
My husband, Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And starting with the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And the 13-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
boy.
And as far as
Did she say the girl was
activities
16?
are
I was
concerned,
doing
do
something.
they play sports or they do other sorts of activities?
They play sports. Yep.
And which sports does your 16-year-old daughter play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but mostly soccer and softball.
And your 13-year-old son, what if any sports
Hockey,
player does he play?
hockey and baseball.
Now, do you work, man?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
And how long
Yep.
have you been working?
21 years.
And your husband, does he work?
He does.
And what does he do?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he been doing that?
I thought he said a union
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years, actually.
laborer. Did I do that wrong?
And how long have the two of you been together?
Married
Now,
20 years? 20
Labor
years.
union.
2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And,
Possibly.
recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
Exactly. We need the ME before they close up.
Starting with the Friday of the 28th. Were you working that day?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
And around this time of January 2022, when you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like a Friday night?
Friday night, they went to Johnny's house a lot, and the kids hung out, and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
Now,
She is
starting with
very
Johnny,
nervous, y'all.
Who you refer to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know John O'Keefe?
My husband got introduced to him, and then the girls started hanging out probably 2018, 4th grade. The boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to his niece Kaylee and your daughter, how did they know each other?
They didn't.
They first met
officially.
on the soccer team, probably soccer.
She's been on
Yes, they
average
met
4
soccer
to 5
4th
times
grade.
a week with him.
Or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline. Basketball team, 4th or 5th grade. And then quickly by the 5th, 6th grade, they were like best friends attached at the hip.
And,
She
as
would
far as
cover
Mr. O'Keefe's
taking care of the
Patrick,
kids when
your
John O'Keefe was
son, were they
working.
the same age as well?
They played baseball together.
There are 2 nights a week that she
And,
did stay
outside of
home for
baseball,
sure.
were
She
they
had
friendly as well?
commitments,
Yes.
work
And so a
and
typical
something else.
Friday
I don't
night
remember.
would be you were at work and your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe.
But she had her own
Correct.
home.
You knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
Starting at COVID, she worked
On Meadows
from home,
Ave.
not before
How
COVID.
far away
Yes.
from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on one house?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
She had a meeting that she had to be at her home
Yes.
for once a week.
Now,
And then there was something she did once a week.
with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th.
Yes, Miss Kevin, how's your
You
baby?
were at work and do you know what sort of the plan was with
Correct.
the rest of your family.
Michael, my son was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were gonna hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were gonna potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee,
Mhm.
what, if anything, around specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them and their school?
They had just got into Bishop Vian High School that day.
And at this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th, they were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop
Mhm.
Vian, and got their acceptance letters that day.
Yep.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
Now, at some point, well, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, I'm using the plural as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his kids and he have with regard to you?
I worked weekends and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together. It was like a well-oiled machine.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, at some point did you come to know someone by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
She was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's in or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
Well, I'm praying for you, Miss Kevin.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Probably 2 years.
So
Right.
sometime during the COVID pandemic, you met her?
Yeah. Yep.
And as far as you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
Yeah. So she would take care of the kids at night, especially when John O'Keefe had a night shift.
And so
She helps
during the
with
course
kids.
around this time of January 2022, general time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, it depends. Some people
3
it
days a
started
week,
for
I would say.
2019, others 2020. I had COVID in January of 20.
And sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of at a game or at his house, your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you
Yep.
have sort of outside of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
About how often would you do
Where I
that?
live, we weren't as
The kids were
locked down
around
as
mostly,
big
but
cities. We were still somewhat locked down.
maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now,
Yep.
at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And
I think it wasn't March of
do you know where
2020 when
your
it
husband
started.
went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
And And at some point, you're still at work, you're working an overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And the rest of your family, being your husband and your kids, they came home at some point?
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house. So I know when somebody opens the door, I can check at work and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed.
No,
And if
sorry.
I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
Depends on where you were in the nation, depends on when your lockdown officially started.
You approve.
Yeah.
Now,
I have suffered
at some
13
point-
miscarriages, my
I'm
love.
gonna turn
I
your
fully
attention now
get
to
it.
the morning of the
I am so
29th.
sorry.
At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when she called you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "Where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing it, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Now, you're at work when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning labs, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m. somewhere early in the morning.
As far as this sort of screaming, as far as "Where's Mike," what, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
Well, why was she screaming?
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
That first call? I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Oh, so that didn't go well. We have your deposition. Would you like to refresh your memory?
And ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the document for you.
Mhm.
I'm going to direct your attention to this second paragraph on the page. If you could just read that to yourself.
Okay.
So he's refreshing her memory. That does not bode well when your witness has to be reminded of what their testimony is supposed to be, in my humble opinion.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't know if that was the.
Anything further, may I approach
Yep.
this retreat now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, now I know where you're going. I
So, Ms. Camerano,
was
after
on another
reading what I
rabbit
just
trail.
placed before you, is your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you heard in the background of that
Yeah.
initial call?
I could hear Kaylee in the background.
And you hang up on that call, and then what did you do?
Call Michael. And
At any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times. Did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he never answered. No.
And so after you called your husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do then?
I called either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background, that someone had called Jen too.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kaylee, correct?
Yep,
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background.
yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone,
Like it sounded, sorry,
no. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her sort of voice on the sideline.
Yeah, yep.
And did you know her personally at all?
I knew her as Madeline's coach.
And at some point you were talking to Kaylee on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you were saying, Kaylee?
I was just saying to her, is everybody okay? And she said they're gonna go out looking for him. I think she said they were gonna go out looking, or she went out, she's gonna go out. No one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her. And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Carrie. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
Now, the second phone call, you're talking to Kaylee and you can hear the defendant talking to Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And you hear one side of the conversation or both sides of the conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I don't.
Let me refresh your memory.
I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I don't really recall 100%.
I don't understand the panicness
But
at
as
this
far as
point.
the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation, in addition to that, do you recall?
I don't.
And
Either the judge or
while
the defense
these phone
writing on
calls
the
are going
desk. It's probably crazy.
Yeah, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation to your job while these phone calls are going back?
I'm trying to like in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out to the desk, out to the patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone, and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe sort of her?
Really?
And by her, I mean the defendant's demeanor while you heard her on the phone.
She was just like frantically screaming. Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now, during this time, you're working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and forth with patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to speaking on the phone with the defendant and then with Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to or did you talk to that morning?
I talked to Carrie Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't know if I called her, she called me, and she said that I think that he was going to the hospital. And then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Carrie Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Carrie Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin, so I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 48. And before I do that, I just need to show counsel what I'm showing you. May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that white box sort of towards the top of the page,
I show I'm not muted. Am I still muted?
you see a listing as
Was
sort
it
of
delayed?
participants of that conversation.
Yes.
That's a text conversation.
Yes.
And who is sort of listed as the participant within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
So real quick, I just
JJ,
said
another sort of neighbor
that
in the name of
either
John O'Keefe.
Yep.
Karen Reed dropped
Content
him off at the
is
house, so
essentially
he's
there's
either
two
going to call her
bubbles
for a
on
ride,
that
somebody
page
else is going to
section.
give him a ride, or
Correct.
he's going to spend the
Do
night.
you recognize the content of those
Thanks.
bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
Why was she so panicked unless she knows?
My text messages to him.
Those are
She
text
could have done it.
messages you just testified about as far as sending to John that morning.
Correct.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And on top of that,
What time are
like I said,
you
you may or may not have heard me. If I'm repeating, I apologize.
that document?
I'm just as hard on
5:10.
both sides. Whichever side
Yes.
is up, I'm going to be devil's advocate.
Mhm.
Now, Ms. Camerano, you had mentioned in your testimony that you had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think we're in cross. That was real quick. We're in cross.
Showing you another document there.
Mhm.
Just ask that you
Nope.
look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yep. Nope.
Yep.
And that document, do those seem to reflect the calls that you have between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure. Could I please see that?
Oh. So she drops him off to go to a party at a house. They'd been drinking. My first thought, if I woke up and he wasn't here, oh, he must have spent the night. Had too much to drink, just crashed on the couch. Why this panic unless she already knew? And why is there no other cameras on the street from the houses surrounding them? Even if it doesn't catch the house, it will catch vehicles coming and going. I want to know, at what time did everybody leave that house?
Thank you.
A lot of questions, y'all. Lots of questions.
And so, Ms. Camerano, from that document, does that seem to be the phone calls and the timing of the phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed that morning?
Okay. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll open seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
She may have
Any
accidentally
objection,
done
Mr.
it.
Jackson?
But that doesn't make
None of
it
it's done.
second
All
degree
right, thank
murder.
you.
Involuntary manslaughter. She drove home drunk as hell, which is she does have other alternate charges, by the way. I think there's 3.
Carrying that to you, which now been marked as Exhibit 51.
One
With
is
the court's
causing
permission,
bodily
I would,
harm
request to,
or injury,
hold that
causing death
exhibit.
with a vehicle
Okay.
and leaving the scene. Exhibitties. And then there's the second degree, and then there's involuntary, I think. I have to pull it all up. I'll have to pull it all up again. Sorry for yawning. I think it's time.
Thank you, Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, thank you, madam, who's doing 2 jobs at once.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Kim, if you could, please just see if you could mark that.
Mr. Lally, keep your voice up and step aside so all jurors could see this, please.
Yes. Just before we get
Yes,
to
ma'am.
what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 51?
Yes.
No, Ms. Camerano, starting from sort of as far as the order of these. Do you
That
see,
is true. That is
from
so true.
Date times on there?
They
Yes.
could have had a fight in the front yard,
Does it appear as if
Physical one.
the earlier times are sorted towards the
but
bottom?
it doesn't fit the
and then
character of the
it
relationship.
goes on in time and chronology towards the top.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll to sort of the bottom of the box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of,
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano, answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
and the box above that, number 5.
From, it looks like I called her at 4:56 on 1/29 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 12, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. And approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
That
You can take that down.
Thank you.
don't know.
Now, with respect, Ms. Cameron, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you have with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Cameron, I'm showing you a document, asking if you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
I'm,
And do you recognize what that what's in that?
we need
document?
something to wake us up,
Yes.
y'all.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes,
And who does it state?
it's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, then.
Come here, baby. Come, come.
Your Honor, returning what's now been
Yeah.
marked as Exhibit 52 to you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would.
No problem,
post
Sparkles.
this on the screen for the jury as well.
This is kind of not every day is a bang up day. Some days are really dry. But it makes for, oh my gosh, it's oil.
Now, Ms.
Well,
Camerano,
over
I'd like
there.
to direct your attention to
Feels like
sort of
2 or
the
3.
content of this. There's blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from and who the message is to?
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it as far as who the bubble, who the text is from, and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And this next bubble.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
Yay!
And the next bubble down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
And if you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Carrie and Jen.
And this is the text that you received
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
A lot of alcohol, and there's a blizzard by their standards, not Canadian standards, as I learned with Runkle.
5:53, does it say?
I would assume he's passed out on a couch. Well, she found him deceasing, but
Oh, 5:53, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
Okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting. Ms.
I'm
Reed.
texting Karen, yes.
I'm
Is one
just
of them driving?
freaking out as
mean-
to why Karen's freaking out.
And why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
Because she was so hysterical. I didn't want her driving.
And, Ms. Gilman, if you could
Why
scroll
was
down
she
to the next
so
message.
hysterical? What's the
And what, if any,
deal?
response did you receive from Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Just my own personal question. Why was she so
And I
hysterical?
said, okay, keep me posted.
Gilman, if you could scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Yeah.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down, and then what, if any, response did you receive from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those texts?
Here's a
I
tip.
don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, W. Bridgewater.
Ms. Gilman,
If you have a bottle like this that's almost empty and you need to get what's left out,
the next message, ma'am.
there is a clear
Right. I'm sorry. I'm just brainstorming.
The
top
next green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
that you can pull off.
And
You can get more out.
below that,
Any luck?
and that was a text you sent at approximately what time, ma'am?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next. And what was Ms.
Then-
Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from
6:34.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down?
What, Karen? Are you serious?
That's a blue bubble, your response to her last statement.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again.
And then Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
She found him.
He was in the snow.
That last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at 6:36.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, if you could delete that. Thank you.
Wow.
Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kelly, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
Because she was arrested
No.
shortly thereafter and told not to communicate with anyone.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
I did some other cool branding stuff. Let me show you while we're waiting. Look at this. I'm going to take myself and them off screen real quick.
Nothing
Look
further
what
for
I
this witness, Your
All
Honor.
right. Cross-examination?
cross.
Hello, Mrs. Camerano.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right?
No.
All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Kirk Roberts to the stand.
Y'all. And here's the other one I did. What do y'all think? Do you like them? I have that one for short and this one for a little longer.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Just nice and loud into that microphone, thanks.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
Quit breathing in the microphone.
Your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I think about 18 years.
it? And
I'm looking down, I'm writing.
if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me?
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to you?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since sixth grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your two children?
Yes, he is. I believe a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of like, not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes,
And he had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same-
baseball and stuff.
same baseball team. Yep.
So all three of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was
he did. He did. He moved to
moved to?
One Meadows,
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
probably 2 or 3 miles. It's a lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met her?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John.
Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Okay. Okay. So, with respect, and just so we're clear as far as who we're talking about, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Identify the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No,
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
no.
Now, with regard to that particular evening, on January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point that Mr. Camerano and/or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that in regard to? What was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center, and they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy, and I, sorry, I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Do what you got to do, dude.
I had to go up there, and
Do you recall who it was that called you that?
it was Michael Camerano.
Let the record reflect. Okay.
That's
You receive that
funny.
that text and you go to CF McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Camden Center.
Yes,
And about how far a drive is that from your house to CF McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the bar?
Walk in the door, go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar. And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano?
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes,
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was a Bud Light.
Do you recall whether that was draft or a bottle or something else?
It was a bottle.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying attention to that, but that's what they normally would drink.
Now, with the
I'm
with the court's
making
permission, if I
something.
could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50 to CF McCarthy's video.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video. And if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds.
It's okay, baby. Come here.
If you could pause it there just for a moment. Now, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of C.F. McCarthy's on January 20th?
Yes,
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were?
yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video, is that correct?
Yes,
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35.
Y'all. Hey, we'll watch the basketball game. O'Keefe is chewing gum.
Pause there just for a moment. The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
So that was about the time that you were around, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just continue it for another 33 seconds.
So O'Keefe is in a conversation with this gentleman. And Kurt Robert walks in and is talking to Michael Camerano. Okay.
Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, we
there's
should.
another individual around yourself.
They had multiple games going on in the
Is that
bar.
correct?
Yes.
Go
And,
for it,
recognize
Ann.
who that person
Look
is?
it up.
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
Mac and
No,
cheese does
I did
sound
not.
good right now.
You now do?
I do now. Yes.
I ate eggs
You
and
know
they
in
like to kill
relation
me.
to sort of yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe.
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, if anyone else sort of came into the bar and joined you.
Oh, this what if any?
Karen Reed.
71, now 72,
and,
one
that
if
was
any.
sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes. It was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down.
Quit showing your exhibit E list.
And if I could ask you to.
Excuse me,
bring it
I'm
to,
giving you the
22
ugly.
minutes and 20 seconds.
What? What are you holy crapping about? Tell. Now they're all five there.
If you could just pause. Now, as far
Oh,
as.
yeah.
Mr.
He was
Reed,
over
you see
100
3
the other
minutes
day on a half day.
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you see Mr. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at C.F. McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped them by a round or something.
So
Sure.
at that point,
Yes.
you are
Now, you
considered
mentioned what you and Mr.
intoxicated.
O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe?
There's
Mr. Reed
another
drinking?
that's 73.
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was. but it was a clear glass with,
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Miss Reed, is that something that she would typically drink?
yes, I guess I would say.
And about what time was it, again, that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But when we walked out, me and Michael Camerano, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him. That's
Hence
all.
the Irish exit.
So you sort of exit and just sort of leave, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here as Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this.
It could have been a rerun of a game.
50 seconds.
Why is she somewhat following him? Wait. Oh, that's not O'Keefe. The other guy put the jacket back on. They're getting ready to leave. Brooke, I'm going to show y'all something. You ready? As soon as this is done, they pause it. I just made this. Let me know, because I want to make swipes. So when I go to do my timestamps, I can, it could have been college.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
What do y'all think about that for a little swipe?
The camera kind of caught your bot, correct?
That's my
I believe
doggy.
so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left.
I would say.
And with regard to during the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
Hey, I knew you were going to come get her.
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you
What,
about,
whoa.
what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing.
I
when
got
you
a
were there
vest.
that
I'll be
night,
right
did you
back.
Notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you already said it, but about what time was it that you got home?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was that?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming in, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making
Oh,
your way to bed?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
Oh,
Next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
look what she brought.
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic. It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a
Brought me
Screaming.
so nuts.
And could you hear anything as far, you couldn't make out the words?
I
See
couldn't
if
make
I
out
can
the
eat
right.
it.
No.
I'm gonna take my
And,
face off the
at
screen
some
while I
point,
try
did
to
you
devour
recognize
something.
that voice or come to find out
So
who was on the
hungry. I
other end?
need something soft.
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I see 5 o'clock. Would be
It
a
was
good
good.
guess.
Dipped in milk,
And
it's
as
soft
far
enough.
as, you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course she goes,
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go.
yes.
And when you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expound upon that as far as what you
It
saw?
was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
Said, John's missing and I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
And from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer
It,
was?
it's gray.
Oh, great.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me. She called
Good
me on
work,
the phone.
man.
I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital, and she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John and John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she was going to come home in a mood.
To clear your driveway.
So she could,
Ah.
yes, because it was, yes.
Now, when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot. Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock. I don't know exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
AM.
8 a.m. If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy
Good
jacket
one.
his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I
Yes.
recall, no.
Ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you
Sorry.
noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yes, it was, maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
Don't
And
go
there
there.
was some type of interchange between the two of you.
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
Now, you
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I
of
don't.
what the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar,
It's
you
been
didn't see
months and
any
months and
evidence
months,
of
and maybe
any
almost a year
problems
since I've had
between
one of those.
Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
I
No.
agree.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any.
It seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar.
Yeah, sure.
But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with
So we're in Cross,
Karen
right?
at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think.
Both times?
Maybe. She,
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's usually my wife does that. So I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And from your observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you had come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say mainly.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Oh,
Okay.
Lord, really?
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Really? OMG, y'all. That hurts to swallow. Okay, that's it. Getting some donuts. I'm not eating all this, but I will take some more bites of this. I'm hiding behind the sign, so you can't see me. I am so sorry, y'all. I have started something. I guess it's one of those sorry not sorries. Okay, Mickey Mouse has a song called Stretch Break whenever someone says that I can't hear it in okay, y'all. Addiction. Sugar. Okay. In my family it was the Wiggles when they first began, not the ones that they're now. All right, I'm pinning that. That's good. She looks a little interesting. I mean,
just
something's
one
going on.
question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you.
We're back.
From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Miss Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Now, I don't know her. I don't have her on my list. So I got to wait to spell her name. Oh, I keep forgetting. I got to do the swoopy thing. Y'all, there's too much to do. Too much to
Thank you
do.
so much for the evidence of the court and jury in the case hearing here. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Traers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as well?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is the Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And
Can
when you
vary.
work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically finish?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts that you work, about how many people, or like, what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment? And,
What are your regular
Fridays and
customers?
Saturdays.
and
What is
kind
your
of
police
entertainment would be there
officer
on Friday?
ratio?
Bands.
50, 75% or
Is that
more?
sort of, the same bands over and over? Is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the waterfall in that capacity around or on January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo.
Oh,
So
can you
condo,
identify
sort
the
of
glass?
Yep.
Is there a
Y'all
parking
are
lot associated with
good.
the complex and with the waterfall?
Yes.
Can you identify the glass?
As far as
No, me too. I love Dr. Pepper.
entrances and exits,
I think with the
how many
donuts
of
and
those
Dr. Pepper,
show?
that's going to be like.
And
I'd be talking about this
What is
fast
sort
and
of
you
the
wouldn't be able to
typical
understand a word I said, and you'd be really pissed off at me and everything.
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the
Sorry.
one by the front is, where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so
Somebody
if
in
I
my
walk
other
into that
stores.
front door over by the parking
The
lot,
table's
and
6
come
feet
in,
apart per COVID rules.
Can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as
Yep, they do have a
high tops
video
or
of
low
him at
tops,
Waterfall
starting
leaving
at
with
the
a glass in
about how many
hand,
chairs would typically be around the low?
which you're not supposed
4.
to do.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant to serve food?
Mhm.
And is there,
Yes, you can't go, you
is there
must
sort
say
of
the
a,
word.
how is that staffed? as far
We
as
can't
food
hear
is
your head rattle either.
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. It's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you do?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
4 questions. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things?
Hard
of that nature
liquor?
as well?
Yes.
That's full
Now,
service
when
bar.
it comes to the glassware that the waterfall has, where does that typically, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're
Oh,
asking? Typically a restaurant depot.
listen,
Is there, like,
what
a
if
certain
anything
type of,
is the
would
total
be-
revenue drawn from the
if you're
Albert
getting
family
something
and friends?
It's either a draft beer or wine cocktail. Does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
What? And how did
as
you get
far
doing that so
as
fast?
if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink,
Mhm.
how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
Oh, the mega pint.
And
We're going
if
for
you were
mega
getting
pint.
a
Johnny
mixed
Depp
drink or a
reference.
cocktail, how would that typically be? What kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
Now, on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were just describing that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band is done, what?
This is the size glass she had.
We put the tables back.
That's a baller glass or ice, like
Now,
scotch and soda or vodka, tonic, rum. Just by itself, maybe. I don't know. But this is the size
with
glass
respect to the waterfall,
that was
are you
broken.
familiar with
This is the standard one.
whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as
Did
the
I miss
cameras are
anything?
concerned, do you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific
saying,
evening,
y'all.
January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit a copy of the surveillance video from the waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Y'all, somebody said, I wonder what flavor a court reporter Bertha vapes today. Oh, that's cruel. What, if any, is the total revenue drawn from the Albert family and friends at the restaurant? Oh, y'all, this glass is the standard size. And now can you see the
Your Honor, with
width
the
and what was
court's
on his
permission,
arm?
I would ask to publish this certain small
I think the
portion of
glass did
that
it.
at this time.
Okay.
If anything did. I don't think it's a dog bite now that I have all that. His right arm. By the way, I'm just trying to just show you.
Gentlemen, if I could ask for just the first video with.
Quit showing
Channel 1.
your files.
If you could just
So
pause
unprofessional,
right
y'all.
there.
Here we
Now,
go.
Ms. Traers, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
No,
Yes.
that would have been one,
And
not
what are we
like
looking at?
5.
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and for the bar.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
They have to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And
Well, that's what I'm
Ms. Gilman,
saying.
If I could have from channel 3,
Slashing.
the first video associated.
Quit.
And if you could
Okay,
just
y'all.
pause. So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mhm.
So
Not the
basically, all
best
you need
image,
to
by
do
the
with
way.
that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks.
Okay.
So again, what's up on the screen right now? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
That's a very tight, small place
And
for a band.
the high tops and low tops, if you could direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are the
Depends on
6
how
people
broken that
ones,
glass
the
is.
2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, sort of where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
And sort
We'll
of
go over
immediately
that again,
adjacent or
y'all. I'll
right in
pull up the
front of
picture
sort of the
again when we
bar
get it.
area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down.
Could have been 3 scratches and all.
If you could, please go to
Oh, the way I'm looking at it.
6 video.
But we'll look at it in a minute. Let's get through this.
And if you could pause there for a second. Now, Ms. Treyas, directing your attention up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this to be the waterfall as well.
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29/12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that or what, if any, difference do you note sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier about 10:30 p.m.? So,
This one's brighter.
and why is that?
We are getting ready to close.
You would have turned the lights on at that point.
Yes.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Cleaning up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to push this forward to about 15 minutes and 45 seconds. And Ms. Treyas, from the date and time stamp up there,
True.
what time is this? Does it say on the screen?
True, true,
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point till about 16 minutes and 8 seconds.
Possible. Okay, 2 people would, okay. No puffy jacket. There's a puffy jacket.
Pause there just a moment.
Another puffy jacket. Where's
Individual
John?
Sort of walking from the top of
He's
the screen
standing
down
back
to the
underneath
bottom
the
of
between the
that
2
front
and the
door area,
1.
where the front door is.
Yes.
And again, if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention to where that.
Yeah, I know.
Right here.
I firmly believe the glass is
Yep.
what caused the,
Yes.
the cuts on the
That's
arm.
me.
You were basically taking the track.
That's her
correct?
leaving.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16.
Where is John O'Keefe with the glass? Just asking.
Thank you. You can stop there and you can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much.
Quit. Y'all. He keeps doing it and it's driving me nuts.
Now,
And the next break, I will.
from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay. First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
And really, I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
And do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 28th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top Yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you want, so that microphone, you can move anywhere, so wherever is most comfortable. Thank you. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not the truth.
Mhm.
Now, with regard to Christopher Albert, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as a Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
And Mr. Higgins, is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
I may have just one moment.
Okay.
Now, at some point following that evening, of
Shouldn't eat
January
all
28th,
the donuts.
you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall.
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Showing you a 3-page documents, just ask in general terms, do you recognize what those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously you work at the waterfall. You've seen
Yes,
receipts
Brian
generated
Higgins is
by
the man that
establishment,
that
correct?
Karen
Yes.
kissed.
Those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yeah.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry. Was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think the lawyer needs
With
to speak
respect
up more than
to
her.
Receipts that I've placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
At what
No
time did they
objection.
close out their tab? Because then it would be 1:30 if it was at 12:01. I hate it when people lick
May I
their
have one
fingers and
moment, Your
handle paper.
Yes.
Ugh.
And Mr. Ayers, just one last question. With regard to some of the people that
Everybody-
I'd asked you
somebody
about,
asked.
as far as Mr. O'Keefe,
Is
Brian
Chloe there
Albert,
to
Brian
drive
Higgins,
everybody home?
Christopher Howard, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the Waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022? Or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the Waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the Waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the Waterfall?
Prior to the Waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes,
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton.
Mhm.
I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can
Oh.
answer. You can answer.
Said overruled, so you can.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and
Okay.
I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts. I can't remember their wives' names
Okay.
at the moment.
You know their wives
Yeah.
by face?
Yeah, and then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age?
Who works
between
for the
two of
Attorney
you?
General's office?
Closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct.
So, Ms. Gianetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Treyes, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2, and jurors will take lunch.
Okay.
Jurors, if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you. All rise, jury out, beautiful.
Goodbye.
Bye. I hate when the crosses, if you notice, there's more interruption in the cross than there is the actual, there's more mute
Thank
your
you.
mic.
I'm in recess.
There's more interruptions in the crosses. Okay, guys, they're going to be on lunch for about an hour. I will hang here, but I need to go do something with my mouth. I'm in a lot of pain. That said, I think the glass is a key thing here. And if I was a defense, I would. You've noticed what? My mouth hurting? It's now going to the side of the tongue and the cheek and the roof. Yeah. So I like some of the comments I'm seeing elsewhere. It's funny. Oh, there's just a lot of comments. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take about 15, 20, and then we're going to come in and then we're going to start talking before trial comes back about some of the stuff that I've heard other law people, other vloggers talk about and that I've talked about. Kind of want to do a recap of what I'm still looking for. So I'm going to put some music on. We are going to be back probably 15 minutes. I got a doctor's appointment. I will be going to be seen. The only thing I could think of is I could have scratched my mouth with a chip and then I have a problem. So I'm going to put my new on. There we go. Y'all have a quick. Oh, this is going to be the lip gloss. I'm going to get this off. The lip gloss is getting thrown out when I'm done. Yep. So anyway, I shall return. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, y'all. I won't tell you what I did. My head view. Oh, just scrunched out. I went and gargled with Listerine. And let me tell you, that burnt like fire. But, okay, let's talk. Let's talk. Is it? Oh, I'll put it up here. That's true. But Karen has said repeatedly that she didn't believe the investigation was extended to the Alberts. That is true. It was not extended in any way to the Alberts. Miss Kevin, I literally go back and forth on her reaction, and I have a huge family, and my mom has 4 sisters and 2 brothers. And let me tell you, that's exactly how my mom and her sister would have responded to the situation. That is true. I mean, yes, when someone is screaming hysterically, yeah. Now, some of the qualms I have with this is number 1, Canton police suck. You don't like what I say, Canton police, you're never going to hear me say it, but if you hear other people say it, it's true. You suck. The other thing is that we have, let me see. Let me bring up that picture. This is the best way I can do this. There is, Brandy. Oh, I want, pulling up Brandy. I'm pulling up Brandy's coverage real quick. Oh, it looks like she's on a lunch break too. Why can't I feedback? Okay. But let me pull up the folder because I actually have a picture or something of timeline, but I have a photo of something. Oh, where did I put it? Here it is. I'm looking for it. Give me a split second. I have so many images here. Okay. I've got to share this in a tab. I can't share it the way I normally do. So give me a minute. And then I got to go into presentation, share screen. I'm going to share window. Here it is. When I'm in the window, I can enlarge it, but I can't enlarge anything else. Now let's look at this. Let's take a peek, shall we? All right, let's take a peek. I'm trying to get, no, don't want to cover it up. I guess that's the best we're going to do. If you can look over here, John's arrival based on data between 12/21 and 12/24. Now we've looked at this before. Okay. Upon arrival, John took 80 steps in the first 3 minutes. Now this is jumping ahead a little bit. From the street to the house is about 61 feet. He walked 288 feet. So when she drops him off at the house, all right, when she drops him off at the house, then she is accused. Well, we'll go there. Then see this vehicle here? This here is Ryan Nagel. He sees Karen in the car alone with no damage to taillight. Well, that may be iffy because we saw a video at 6, almost 7 in the morning with the taillight totally knocked out. But that confuses me because when a taillight gets broken, if all of you have that silver frame that goes around it, sometimes it has a design, and then the taillight is all red because you have the reverse lights and the brake light. I mean, it's on her car, it's all one piece, and then you have a silver housing. I should pull it up. I'll research it and pull it up and show you what I mean. That silver housing is still there and intact and not damaged. How in the hell is all of the light, 100% of the light above and below the middle cross silver line, going to stay intact? But they're saying, let me pull up another one. I got to find it. No. Is this it? Let me put that down. Let me open this. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing. Share again. Window. This one. Okay. All right. Now. No, I don't want to do that. It's too big. I'm looking for something, y'all. Snap it. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Can I go? Okay. So here she is. Here's the pole. Here's the fire hydrant. She pulls up. They're saying that she pulled up. The defense. Prosecution. Pulled up, drops him off, pulls forward 20 something feet, 24, I believe, and then pulls up so many feet, reverses at 24 point something miles an hour, and then continues to reverse. She can't do that. Do you know why? Because here we go. Here it is. They're saying that she drops at 12:24:40. This car stops moving at the flagpole. John O'Keefe gets out of the car. Karen drives 62 feet forward, then reverses 62 feet at a possibly 24.2 miles an hour. If anybody is hit at that speed, guys, I'm going to drop the mic. I know I'm loud. If anybody hits at that speed, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have damage to a body between the neck and the knees, depending on where, but most likely where her bumper is. It sits a little high. He's 6 foot. It would probably hit the thigh and hip area. But they say she hit John, and then the car continues to reverse. Drops him off, 62 forward, backs up, hits John, and continues to reverse. Well, if she did in fact hit John, she's going to have to come on the grass. There was no tire impression when the snow melted, and there would have been. At the weight of that car, the ground is wet. There would have been an impression. Not only that, but Ryan Nagel, Richie, D. Antonio, and Heather Maxton and Julie Nagel are in this truck at the same time. So how in the hell, and within 56 seconds, is she to come forward 62 feet, speed up at 24 miles an hour, hit John O'Keefe, and keep backing up without hitting this truck and them seeing her hit him? That doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. You have 10:41, Julie's last text to John. John and Karen arrive, drink in Karen's hand at 10:54. Julie gets a migraine and leaves. Nicole and Brian Albert leave. Jen and Matt leave. Waterfall. 12:10. Karen C. leaving Waterfall with 2 females. That would probably be Nicole and Jen. No, Jen's already left. So maybe Nicole and Caitlin. John C. leaving with glass in hand. Jen McCabe phone shows leaving waterfall. And I welcome your comments. I really do. Okay, so they're saying that Karen, now this is a lot of drinking, y'all. Her receipts. By the way, Brandy in church, thank you so much for these charts. She gave me permission to use them. 8:58, she has her first drink. 9:15, she has a drink. 16 minutes. Then in 5 minutes, she looks like water. Then 9:33, I don't know. I'm calling it water because it doesn't look like this glass. At 9:57, she has another one, a glass this size. And then 10:22 and 10:29. I don't know what the smaller drinks are. They may shots. She had shots. So if this is vodka and tonic with a lime, she had a vodka and tonic at 8:58, 9:15, and 9:57. Then she had 2 shots between and 2 shots after. But nobody saw her slurring. Nobody saw her drunk. Oh, that's kind of a cool. But isn't that a pretty one, y'all? Now, I don't drink very often. Very rarely do I drink, but I like heavy glasses, and this is a good size when you have arthritis. I can tuck my pinky under it, which stabilizes it, and I don't drop it. But this is the size glass and the height and width of the standard drink that you can get scotch and water, an ice, like on the rocks drink, but any on the rocks drink would be in that kind of glass. Okay. We've seen this. Okay. I don't know what this GPS points of O'Keefe. So this is him driving up in the car, I guess. I don't know. I'm waiting for that. So some of this stuff we've seen. This is another diagram. We'll wait and look at that. This is also the driving pattern for Nicole. Oh my God. Karen Reed. Here's another one of those. Here's the one that I'm working off of. Okay, so this is the one I love. I have it in front of me. I've finally gotten everything all done and finally understand it. Thank God. There's a lot of players, y'all. Lot of players. Okay, so Court TV is still on break. I'm going to take it off and put me up. Okay, so who is on with me right now? Anne, are you on? I think what I'm going to do is so it's not so quiet, just put a little music in the background. You have a porcelain sink, so you don't have many glasses. They break it so easily. Yeah, I have a stainless steel. I have glasses, but right now I'm more of in mugs because I drink coffee. This is a decaf, by the way. That's why I'm probably yawning. Forgive me. So, we were talking about the glass being broken and it being cut. It could even work where he's scratched it, but it would have to be, this is the deepest part of the wound is here, and they're going this way. So it's like he's jabbed and come up this way, but it would be at least 2. It wouldn't be 1. Yeah, I understand. But it very well looks more, at first when I didn't have the glass concept. Like I said, I'm learning everything as I go, just like you guys are. I don't have the information that Ms. Churchwell has. My gosh, she's freaking awesome. She is freaking amazing. I'm looking at comments. My mouth feels a little bit better, but dang, it still hurts. Okay, so the biggest thing for me in this right now today is I've learned absolutely nothing other than people knew each other. Come to think of it, I don't think those cuts were accident. I've cut myself on a broken glass and the cuts aren't that deep. Exactly. And when a cut is in a non-swinging, it's usually light on the depth. It's thin, then it goes deep, and then it gets thin again. It's kind of actually I have one on my thumb. I cut from opening a plastic thing of pineapples to make the pineapple peanut butter mayonnaise sandwich. And so the deepest part is usually in the middle of the cut, and depending on how you do it. But in this situation, the cuts are actually on the deeper part of the cuts are on the outer side of the arm right here, deep, and it gets lighter, deep and lighter. So if I'm looking, this is his right arm, it's like this first, and then it comes across, or multiple. But I tend to believe there was at least 2 hits with the glass. So he could have been doing this. The glass could have come up. He could have been doing this. The glass was coming down. But I believe, and do you know what? They'll throw that glass outside with them. There's no proof other than fingerprints. And the problem with all that is they haven't fingerprinted it. They pulled the glass out yesterday and they asked about the glass, but there's been no comment or no discussion. Are there any fingerprints on that glass? Did you test it for fingerprints? No, because the snow washed it away. Well, I'm going to do it the right way.
No, we didn't fingerprint it because we used a leaf blower to uncover it, thus throwing a bunch of, dust and debris from the leaf blower onto the evidence. We're not smart enough to wait for an investigator from the state and to use a clean, sanitized brush to dust the area and snow off of the piece of glass and then pick it up with gloves and process it. We're stupid.
Yeah, I said it. I talked to a person who's retired from the police officer up north. I won't say where. And talked to them about how you collect the evidence. First of all, you do not ever put biomaterial in plastic. And they put blood tainted with snow in a plastic cup, unsealed, in a plastic bag. Oh, Eddie. You know, I may have just upset people, but that's okay. Sometimes upsetting the apple cart's a good thing. I'm not saying everybody in Canton is stupid or all the cops are stupid, but the decision to use a leaf blower from another detective's house to blow snow, you are introducing particles of dust and leaves and dirt and everything on everything that you're blowing. You have just corrupted. Now, the other thing is that the other thing is that the what is it called? The what's the word I'm looking for? Blood. You can't use that blood. It is not usable because it is diluted by the snow And if people don't know, snow is never clean. Snow picks up whatever is in, that's how it forms, is off of dust particles. If there's dirt in the air or whatever, I mean, it forms off of a particle. But the biggest thing is they've been stomping all over that crime scene with boots on that do not have any covering to keep whatever is on the bottom of their shoe from depositing onto the scene. I understand they're trying to save his life. I get it. But what I don't get is, why did they only secure scene for 2 hours? Because, well, I understand the explanation. Now, I'm going to say this. Everyone's having a conniption about the crime scene tape, first of all. That's mute at the point that they started putting it up. They should have put it up immediately, because Karen and Jen and Carrie and all of the police that were there, the first responders, EMS, paramedics, all of them were trampling around that body, moving back and forth, back and forth. So there was no scene to recover even at that point. It just was nothing there. They said that the storm and the wind was so strong that it prohibited them from putting up a tent, prohibited them from keeping the tape up because it kept blowing the tape away. I get it. Oh, God. Before I forget, I will have the news feed up, and I will pop in and out on Friday on some commentating, and I will probably be listening in my ears. But I've got a 11 o'clock, a 1 o'clock, and a 3 o'clock client. So between 11 and 3, I won't be able to really hear much, but I will have it up, and I will pop in and comment between clients. So you have a crime scene that from the moment everybody shows up is destroyed. The best evidence, if they were going to collect the blood, the best way they could have done it, from what I was told by an expert, was to take the sterile Q-tip that we've all seen on CSI and everything, and you dip it and swirl it in the blood, put it in the vial, break off the stick, and seal it. And then you put it in an evidence bag. Then you seal the bag and you sign it and fill all the information out. That would have been the proper attempt. Now, because of the snow and everything, it was probably what they call a non-viable sample. But if you would at least taken that much care, I would have a little more confidence in the police department there. Just a wee bit. And y'all, I will never look at one of these cups the same. Never. And they said, well, it came from a sealed bag. Those bags are not medically sealed and forensically, forensically clean, for lack of a better word. I'm fumbling over words because I'm struggling with my throat and mouth. So when you have a crime scene kit, it comes from a place that is sterile. That's the word I'm looking for. Like a medical field, like any of your medical equipment is sterile. And there's ways to handling it. And when the officer was on the stand yesterday and held up the glass, he put his gloves on. Now understand, he took dirty hands, picked up the gloves. Well, he's automatically contaminated those gloves. and then put his hand in the one glove. So this glove has got his fingerprints all over it. Both of them do. Someone said here, and shouldn't the officer have Q-tips and small evidence bag with them at all times for whatever? I hear they're trained even to view a traffic stop as a potential crime. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yes. They're supposed to have all that. They actually, it looks like almost like a fishing tackle box kind of thing. But the thing about the gloves is see, when I used to work at the state hospital, I've been medical. I had a husband who was a physician, and you wash your hands, grab the gloves or use the liquid, do this, grab the gloves and put it on is far more sterile. Now, if you're in an EMT situation and you've got someone who's bleeding out and dying, you throw those gloves on and you go. The gloves are more to protect you from their blood than them from you. You're not doing crime scene stuff. But then, so the guy in court puts the gloves on. He's already contaminated them because his hands aren't clean when he grabs them. But he does this. He does this, he does this, he does that. He now has put oil on his skin. I mean, on the glove from his skin. And then he touches. That's cross-contaminated. So they cannot process that glass, even for fingerprints now. That's why they always want everybody with gloves and nobody, that's why they're so careful. Sorry, my earring's falling out. That's why it was itching. That's why they're so careful with handling evidence, because you never know when you have to reprocess that evidence. Not only that, now, Runkle of the Bailey, I'm not too sure I agree with him on this, but he does have an interesting concept. He states, now these gloves that they're using in court are paper thin. They are not as thick as some of the ones I use or others use in medical fields. It just depends. Yeah, like don't touch your face during COVID. Exactly. I mean, he knows better. He knows better. So we're sitting here watching him do this. So now there's no way they can ever process that glass. Now here's this. If you have gloves on and I wipe my face and get all the oils on my gloves, Runkle said that if the gloves are thin enough and you've got oil and you touch something, you've left your fingerprint. I'm not too sure about that. I think if that was to happen, you would have to really put some force in that fingerprint to make into that whatever you're touching, like really squeeze or put a lot of force and then don't smear off. It'd have to be straight force, like holding this glass and squeezing it as hard as I can and then taking my hand off with the glove on. You might leave a little something, but I don't believe that you're going to leave through a glove what's called a viable fingerprint. Now, I can see fingerprints all over this thing because I've been handling it all day. I mean, I see a lot. But here's the thing. If I was to just wipe it, even though I don't have a glove on and I do this, none of those fingerprints are now viable because they're all smeared. People think fingerprints, why is this giving me, oh, there you go. People think fingerprints are so accurate. They're not. They're not. They can't be. Because depends on the actual. Thank you, love. Thank you, Sparkles. Depends on the surface. It depends on, is it clean? Is it dirty? It depends on, was it clean when the fingerprint and then it's been in the elements forever? Was it in the elements and then a fingerprint? All of that affected. So fingerprints to me are about 50-50. Where did I learn about the fingerprint stuff? I kind of already knew some of it. Can't remember which trial that was. Maybe it was Johnny Depp. I don't remember. But in talking to this evidence person, I can guarantee you that there's a lot of problems here. So we have a problem with the glass. and the arm. I honestly think that he had the glass. He could have left the party with the glass. I don't know. But he had the glass with him when he left the bar, Waterfall Bar. So then Karen picks him up and takes him over to Brian Albert's, drops him off, and he goes in with the glass. Maybe when they got in the fight, the glass got broke and they're going, oh shoot, we can't have this in here. He passes out or something happens. They take him out and put him out in the snow, and he ends up dying, and the glass is there. Dude, if I was them, you're cops. Brian Albert is a cop. He's a popo. He should know evidence. So it would not be hard for him to make it look like something it's not. And the fact that he never responded, that's another big bone for me. There is no way on God's green earth, unless he was under a heavy sedation, that he did not know that someone or something was going on in his freaking front yard. Because, you know, the dog's going to be barking. Somebody, even if your bedroom is on the back of the house, there's a bunch of bedrooms on the front of the house. You can see the windows upstairs. Somebody in that house knew. And there's no way a dog as peculiarly aggressive, and I say it that way because it's alleged, and dog did not like O'Keefe. I may have to grab this. I'm waiting to see. His dog did not like O'Keefe at all. Yeah, he's got it. My son doesn't feel good. He's migrainy, not like me. So how can you be having, say, 5 police cars, eventually 2 ambulances, an engine, all in front of your house, with a woman screaming at the top of her lungs? And it's not BS. It is definitely that, because everybody's talked about it. She's screaming at the top of her lungs. And you didn't know something was going on. Somebody else said, and the thing is, how in the world did so many people walk out of a home and drive off without ever noticing that night that there was a body? Someone said it's absolutely no sense for Karen to drive to the house of known law enforcement, having a party with other officers, then unavail her boyfriend. Boyfriend in front of the yard of the house. I think they said kill. They were trying to say kill. That's a good point. Why would you back up over your... I got it from here on out. Is that what you're asking? Huh? Give me a second. Mona did something wrong. Anyway, so that was the other thing is people were saying is, why would she run over him on a street where the house he's at is a Boston PD a co-worker of John O'Keefe's, when you also have Brian Higgins, who is a federal ATF agent working out of the Canton office, since he carries that whole area, he's considered a co-worker. You have Kevin Albert, which is also Canton PD, and is a brother to Brian. I mean, they all know each other. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including John O'Keefe, 5 police or ATF. And then you have Caitlin Albert, the daughter to Brian Albert, who works for the Attorney General's office. What? And then you have a selectman. He was arrested after, but he's still a selectman. Why on God's green earth would you, I don't care how angry you are, kill somebody and dump them in the yard? And then not only that, let's think about this. That's taking John out of the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the house that work in the legal business. Then across and down 1 or 2 houses, you have another co-worker of Brian Albert's. And then down a little further, you have another co-worker. It's like within a block and a half radius, you had 4 or 5 other workers. Y'all, not good. And my medicine just kicked in. Whoa. I took some pain meds. Ooh. I may need to eat a little more of this donut. Oh, man. For those who are just joining, I am having, I don't know what's going on, but the whole roof of my mouth feels like someone razor bladed it. And now the pain is going down and around here and kind of like this. So this whole area here is hurting. So I took supposed to be a mild pain reliever. It wasn't. It's not HC or anything like that, but I get hit easy with meds. I'm going to try and get a little more in my stomach. I don't need to be seeing everything on woozy looking. So, why don't I just put these people up on the screen for you to see? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Oh, don't want to do that. There are some limitations to this, and I do have suggestions. Okay, here's the game I'm talking about. Here's the game. G-A-N-E, game. I mean, gang, G-A-M. It hurts so hard to swallow. So let me get me like this. So all these people here with the yellow ring around the pictures, the dog, we're not even including the dog in this. Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Albert and Nicole, Brian and Nicole Albert were in the house. Colin Albert was in the house. Brian Albert Jr. was in the house. Caitlin Albert, the daughter, was in the house. You have Julian Nagel and Sarah Levinston is in the house, and Brian Higgins. I've never had an allergy to pineapple, but I know I had tomatoes, I had carrots, I ate regular Doritos, just a little bag thing of them. I only ate one of those a while back, and then I ate Cheetos. So I guess that's about all I ate. So this is the who of who. Oh, unalive because Kay doesn't like it. I thought it's only if you're being monetized, and I ain't being monetized. Well, yes, it could, but do you know what? Some people have PTSD about other things that's happened in their lives. Some people don't handle trauma well. Some people don't handle anything like that well. And they just freak out. And that's where we are with that. And that's where we are with that. Okay. So let me go back here. The step thing. I want to talk to y'all about the step thing. Can we talk about the step thing Brandy did? She's phenomenal. I'm going to learn how to do this. So you have the vehicle is 50-ish feet from the house. I know they lost both of the kids' parents. 50-ish feet from the house. Took about 80 steps in about the first 3 minutes he did. From the street to the house is about 61 feet, depending on where you measure where he was dropped off. This may be 61 here, this may be 50, this may be 40. All depends on where you're dropped off, okay? I know I'm a little groggy feeling right now, but it'll wear off. Come here, baby girl. Well, this is why I want to... I almost gave my dog many M&Ms. Okay, but I want you... I have a point. So follow me here. We did mention it the other day, but I had no idea what the inside of that house looked like. Remember we talked about it earlier in the trial? But now they're talking about the officer that went in, I think it was Officer Good, went into the house through the front door. And as soon as he got to the front door, there's a stairwell going up. Let me let the dog out. Seriously, beloved? Okay. Who let the dogs out? Me. So we let the dog out. And so anyways, so they stated as soon as you go into the house, you have, I guess, a door on the right, door on the left, and there's a stairwell. Hold on. And in that stairwell, then you have the room to the right. Now, if you go up to the house, coming up the driveway here, see the car parked in the driveway? Follow my mouse. They're saying that Jennifer O'Keefe came up here, came this way, came here, and then there's a side entrance kind of right there. That entrance goes into the kitchen. This right here is the front door. That little break in the sidewalk is the kitchen side door. So when we're talking about the number of steps, and if you look here, it says John arrival based on data is between 1219 and 1224. At 1221-10 to 1224-22, 80 steps were taken. That's not little, but it's not a lot. But he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs. Now, how do we know that? How did they know that someone's going up and down stairs? Answer? Anyone? Then that was 24:22. Ended. Then at 25:13 to 25:16, 4 steps. That's it. No steps for 10 minutes. Okay, let's look at this. He goes in the house. Maybe there's some people upstairs. Maybe they have a game room or TV or a man's cave up there. Then he comes down the stairs. Then you have another set of stairs that goes to the basement. That is where a lot of people are alleging. A lot of people are alleging that if a fight took place, it was in the basement. Why is that? Because eventually, after his death, the house gets sold. But before it gets sold, they totally tear up the good carpet in the basement and put another layer of good carpet. Okay, in a lot of areas, it is considered rude to walk across the grass. I try to avoid it when I make deliveries. How many steps would it be if you walked around? Well, if you take this red line here, that's 80. So let's just bring that down here. That's 80. I'd say that's about 60. And I'd say that's probably 60, 80. Yeah. 150-ish, maybe. I don't know. But the whole thing, the whole idea and concept for me is you're sitting here and you're going around and he could have gone in here. But when Karen Reed, who's in this vehicle, decided she was going to drive off, she stated that he had passed the first driveway, which is what they call the side door, because you go down and you get under this awning and there's a side door that goes into the kitchen, dining room area, which is all right here. But she said he was about right where my mouse is, which is next to that line. Can y'all see my mouse moving on your end? I don't see my mouse moving. Let me see if I do it this way. Now, do you see it moving? Well, let me enlarge me. No, you can't. Dang it. Okay. Do you know where the, do you see where that dot on the roof is? And you go towards the car, 2 bushes, and in between those 2 bushes, there's a gap. That towards the red line is where Karen Reed said she saw him when she dropped him off. A lot of people don't, well, first of all, there were people arriving. And as she stated, she was not staying. And she stated that she did not feel, why is that not exiting? Thank you. She's stating she did not feel that she was an invited guest because she herself never got a verbal invitation. Thanks for joining me, CG and Tex. How are you doing? I'm warning you, I am not well. My mouth is like sandpaper and razor blades when I hadn't had a party. No. And a lot of people, when they're dropping someone off, I took some meds, so I'm a little, if I slur just a little, it's wearing off. Prescribed. So what happens is a lot of people, when they go to parties like that and you've got snow or whatever, or good yard, I don't ever pull up and block a driveway. That's me. So I would pull up about where she is or maybe back a little more. And don't forget, we also have the evidence that, let me go back and find it. She probably didn't, because this vehicle pulled up behind her. See right here, Ryan Nagel, Richie D. Antonio, Heather Maxkin, and Julie Nagel. They all were behind her. So I would venture to believe that she may have been a little more this way and they may have been a little more that way. Or she knew there was a car behind her and she was just leaving room. They will be shortly, love. They will be shortly. One of the things we talked about, CJ CG in text. Can I ask your opinion on something? I'll wait for a response. I want to ask your opinion on something. And while I'm waiting for that opinion, I'm going to go and share screen, share window. Are you there? Okay. You see these marks? Nobody say anything. You may have been listening. I don't know if you have. What do those look like to you? I know y'all, I look like I'm drunk. I promise you I'm not. I'm just in a lot of pain. All right. Here's my hypotheses. I don't think it's any. Here's why. I worked in a dog shop. I owned my own dog grooming business for years. Dog bites somewhere will have a bottom tooth or teeth marks. And the problem is we have no evidence. Now there may be a better shot. If the arm comes back with marks on the back side of the arm, because this is the right arm. Well, right to you, left to me. Okay. This is my left. This is my right. Okay. The right arm is laying. Here's his waist. That looks like to be a band or a watch. The gashes are deeper here and get thinner here. This is a good one. Deeper here, thinner there. You know what I'm saying? They pulled out a glass just like this one, but not decorative and is pretty just solid. And it was broken off probably about from here where my middle finger is on this side. Let me get the camera to right about there. So it was jaggedy low going to high. Okay. As soon as he pulled that out, I went, ding, we have liftoff. That to me looks more like a glass that has been broken with different heights of edging. And when you dig into when you hit someone, what's going to happen? It's going to go in deeper and scratch it on a rounder surface because our arms are round. They're not flat. If you hit me here, it's just going to puncture unless you hit and scrape. Then you're going to puncture and lift the skin. But on a round surface, I'm trying to get the right direction. On a round surface, you're going to hit it, rolls. See how it skips and rolls? It rolls. Now, somebody said maybe his arm was like this and he got hit with the glass. No, I don't think that's dragged over broken glass because it would be one section. That's too much. They could have dragged him over broken glass, but it would be a lot more superficial. There's some pretty deep punctures here. And as a first responder, I've seen stab wounds. I've seen cut wounds. The area here, see how deep that's deep. Then this is superficial. That looks more superficial. This is medium. That's superficial. That may be deeper. I have to see. But see, this is deep. These are deeper. So that's my thought. I think he got in a fight with somebody and they hit him with this glass. But let's think about something, y'all. What have they not talked about that's on the back of his head? Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. About 2 inches, which is 1 inch, 2 inches. That's this right here. If I was to be hit here like this, say I had a glass and I go, pow, ooh, that hurt just doing that. I'm literally putting my thumbs where the glass hits. I just messed up my hair. That's what's touching my scalp, 2 inches. I have 2 inches hitting my scalp. I'll do it on the side. If I get hit like this, now you could get hit this way, but if just say, because they didn't say it was 2 wounds that look rounded. Boom. I've got about 2 inches of straight contact, and this can break a skull, and the glass would have broken. So now you have so say someone picked up the glass, hits him on the back of the head, and he's still somewhat coherent for a short moment. It doesn't knock him out yet, because sometimes it takes a minute for the brain to swell, and most people pass out more for the swelling of the brain than they do. You can have you can walk around with your skull being busted or broken or cracked all the way through, as long as you're not losing any matter, as long as you're not losing any spinal fluid, which you necessarily won't, as long as that there's like an you know how babies have an amniotic sac, similar membrane kind of thing in the brain. So you have the skull, the membrane, and then you have the spinal fluid with the brain in it. So if this did not break anything, or there was some bleeding, but what I'm saying is it took a minute or so for the brain to swell enough for him to knock out, because that's what passes you pass out on. I'm not a doctor. This is just what I know and my theory. And if there's somebody who's a doctor who wants to come on and explain it better, come on. I welcome you. But the broken glass on the back of a head with the scratches then on the arm, and then he hypothermiates and dies, makes sense to me. They may not even had a fight in the house. He may not have been dragged. He and Brian Higgins could have gone outside. Brian Higgins could have gone outside. Think about it this way. Brian Higgins finds out that John O'Keefe finds out that Karen and Brian Higgins are having a romantic relation. Court's coming back. So what do? They decide to take it outside. And people follow. A fight ensues. They leave him there passed out in the snow. And everybody goes home. Hours later, he dies of hypothermia. Just saying. Why is one feed? What feed is this? Because they're more accurate than the feed I'm on. NCB 10 Boston. They're faster than our feed. NCB Boston. Okay, by the way, I'm going to show y'all again since I got new peeps up. Here is one of my Be Right Backs. And here's the other. Oh, that's why. Okay. So now I want to get it back on me. What do y'all think about that? Do you like those? And then here's my swoop. Y'all ready for my little swoop? It's my puppers. You ready? My puppers. I think I'm going to stick with the one we have because at least we don't have to see a commercial every 5 freaking seconds. I guess they're not live again. Why are we not live? Okay, I'm just going to go back and refresh. How about that, yo? Sometimes it does that. And sometimes their feeds are different paces for different there we go. Why am I not getting unmuted? So I'm going to skim back just a little. Get my music off. Yo, this is a lot of work to remember. Swoop. Get ready to pin comments. Oh, yo. Okay, let's skim. I hear noises and that's frustrating. Oh, jeez. Like, now I have cotton mouth.
Step up and sit right down. And again, you've been previously walked.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon again, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe you testified that you knew John O'Keefe as a prior customer in the bar, correct?
Correct.
And that particular night, John appeared to be in a good mood. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved.
Sorry
correct?
if you're
Correct.
offended.
And
Ann.
with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today,
I'm not accusing, I'm just
nobody
analyzing.
really seemed highly intoxicated. to you,
And I used
correct?
to live in Manassas,
Can I just
Virginia.
have a moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
No redirect, Ron.
All right, Ms. Treyas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yo, I
May
know
I
I'm making
approach the
faces.
council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Sorry.
Yes, I was actually just looking for it. So yes,
Oh,
please.
that's right
Thank you.
here. Sorry.
That's okay. All right. Thanks. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kolokithas to the stand.
Okay.
Did he say O'Keefe?
Tori. Take yours. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
No problem.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Nicholas Kolokithas, Kolokithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived in Canton?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My wife and 2 children.
What is your wife's name?
Karina,
And your 2 children, how old are they?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
Oh,
And, how long have you
snap.
been practicing as an
27 years.
attorney? And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely?
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
Now,
Hybrid.
as far as
I
that
like
evening
that.
was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game, do you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play for?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity.
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games that evening?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
He should know how to do this. He trains people to do it.
Foxborough High.
I want to know what kind of attorney he is.
When
What kind of a
you-
lawyer are you?
Arrived to the game, as far as where is
What if any? How many are you going to get those
when
in?
you go to a basketball game again?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically,
Yes.
names, the McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team.
Yes.
And as far as that particular, is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
1.
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game, who, if anyone else went?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how was that was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, or phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst, the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to the waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall shares a parking lot with other establishments and I believe condos, so I parked in the back.
She
And about what
on
time
the
did you
bar. She.
I got there right around 9-ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents besides yourself in the caves went to the waterfall that night?
So walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name. I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those people? Or did you know any of those people?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through the McCabe's, through Jen.
And the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well.
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs. What are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago, we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife Karina arrive?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or the second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side. So I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference to?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or aware of that came into the bar?
Yes.
And about what time was it?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was that?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that date?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you describe this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
What is this kind of law?
How did you know John O'Keefe?
You looked him up.
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her? When was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see them?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids.
Yes.
Nicholas
Now,
Kolokithas, whatever, is Assistant Vice President,
as far as
Associate
on,
Chief Counsel
that evening, obviously you went
at
out
Jan
to,
Hancock
eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
Farm.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
He's up there.
And as
It
far
is.
as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the water?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with the clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink. But I don't know
can't
for
guess.
sure.
You cannot guess. You know it. He knows how to do this.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
No, this is not
And
Tully.
specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And
Everybody was cool.
as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as
We're at 94. What, if anything?
as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to water?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group that night?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the owners, if not the owner of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that or was talking about?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned, Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
And at some point, you left, you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground, or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What's your wife's name?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53, the surveillance video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53 on the screen, and specifically if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m.
I'm going to say I'm sorry for grazing, but somewhat not. It's very difficult to eat. And if I try to find something soft that I can munch on, eating anything all at once is brutal.
So, Mr. Kolokithas, what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of the waterfall bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this video?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are in this video.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right, and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And families further down the table? Is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokithas.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokithas, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event?
I'm
at
trying,
an
y'all.
event at
I'm struggling.
Pete's house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
Really? Okay. Oh, why is today so hard, y'all? Can anyone tell me? I think the meds are starting to wear down. My mouth doesn't hurt as bad, but I don't like feeling the way I'm feeling. I tried. Somebody just asked, what have I tried? Tried Listerine. I've tried. We have a medical mouthwash that has more antibiotic and bacterial agents to it, and it's not knocking it, so I'm probably gonna have to go oral antibiotic.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
With regard to the last question I asked, you recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes.
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
Yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolokithas, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Miss Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children?
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
A handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6?
if that,
Over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned. toward 2022, when you socialized with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal and loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seemed like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Did you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in their relationship, or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Matter of fact, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the foursome, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, other than my wife. I mean, force of.
That's a good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier.
Yes, I did.
And you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could. Specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point,
I wanna know.
did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship, or any events surrounding their relationship?
Thank you, guys. See,
I'm going to allow
in
that.
text, I will do that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Here we go.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
She knows. I'm going to create some hotkeys so when I hit them, that's all I got to do and the sentence pops up. I got too much to do between the swipes, all of that. That's a lot. Okay. I've done Orgel, but it's the top of the mouth to the right and back. I had a hard time swallowing. It numbed me so much, I actually got a little scared. It's okay, y'all. I will survive. I'm going to stay alive. Like that song does for when you do chest compressions. Staying alive. Staying alive.
Yes.
Thank you.
That song for that.
There was nothing eventful at the bar while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
Ooh, that woke my butt
That's
up.
something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
Snap
I
it.
want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No.
Sparring with one another,
Not that I saw.
wrestling.
Not that I saw.
Okay. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Kolokithas, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor. So the court,
So
That was not me. That was not me, y'all. Not I, said the putty cat.
That's me in the white and black.
There we go.
That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
and what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask that the video be paused momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you pause it? Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So
It's
you're
hard to-
squinting. Are you having difficulty?
Yes,
seeing
I
this?
am having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit or?
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting
My eyes are not good. I can tell you that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the court's permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
Okay. May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pause it. I ask you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection, but come on up.
Y'all. I really want to thank you guys for all your comments. I want to thank you for all your participation. I want to thank my mods who are awesome. It has been a real joyful last couple of days. No trolls. That has been really nice. I'm hoping tomorrow I'll feel better. I don't know if they're going to have trial on Friday because I thought they were going to take Fridays off, but then last week they took Wednesday. But we'll see. Only reason I hope they do take Friday off is because I've got my 8:30 doctor's appointment, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 3 o'clock clients for skincare consultations. So, yeah, it's going to be a busy, busy day. But if they do have court, I will have it on and playing, and the mods, y'all can have fun. I'll pop in and out, of course.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another question, and if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. You see the person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward?
Oh, he forgot about the sparring. And who were those people?
Pause. Mr. Kolokithas, do you recall engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation? The two men, their backs facing to us.
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but
How
Do you
drunk were
recall
you?
ever being introduced to those two gentlemen?
yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which? Left and right.
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
We're going to play this.
No, I have got so many notes. Only on day 7. I'm going to have a book. Oh, I did forget, didn't I? Smack my hands. So anybody have fun weekend planned? I'm going to be moving my daughter home from college. I am going to be bringing my daughter home from college.
How's it? Mr. Kolokithas, can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize any person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip being played. Mr. Kolokithas, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting.
Angela,
I don't remember that.
If we could move to
I'll be going there in August,
runtime 16:36 with the court's
but
permission.
online.
Okay.
Your Honor, when we play at 16:36. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What the hell are they doing? Thought it was going to be the Heimlich maneuver.
Pause it. Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, I just saw him. He just walked off to the right-hand side. I don't know if my mouse is seeable over here. Is it? No.
And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen.
Okay, I saw
who's
him
that
disappear
person?
right over.
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
He
And
came
what
there.
direction? Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like
He
he's
came
facing
back and he's
us.
standing
So
there.
he'd be facing the two individuals with their back to us,
Yes.
and
There.
it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm going to play that for a second.
I hope she and I can graduate at the same time. We'll just see how many credits I have and they're going to give me credit for, and see how many she needs and I need, and see what we can do. I need to. Yeah, the pain's coming back.
And what's lost. With that, I would ask you who this individual is.
Angelo State, San
My wife.
Angelo, Texas.
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way,
Thank you.
away from us.
We can take this down.
Thanks for breathing all
With
over the
regard
mic.
to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
They're trying
That's all I have for
to,
this witness.
they're trying
All right,
to,
any-
Just a moment. I'm sorry.
they're trying to develop
I'm going to get that in. 1636.
their story that
All
he,
right, Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Mr. Kolokithas.
redirect.
As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about their relationship I would share it with my wife or vice versa?
No, what I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
The which part?
The whatever that was between two individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
What can we say? Men and alcohol. Yeah, I know, Anne. My daughter and I are both going to Angelo State University in Texas. She's there now physically. I will be doing all my education from home here in this room between trials. Oh, I'm taking a full load. I want to go for criminal justice, but I have to visit with the school counselor and see what all that entails. But that is my goal, is to go to school and get a degree in a bachelor's in criminal justice and eventually a master's. I thought about going to law school, but I don't know if I want that kind of work at my age, because I'll be about 55, 56 when I graduate. I'm 53 now. And don't know if I want to go to school till 58, 59 degrees, 58, 59 years, and start a new career as an attorney. Yeah. How hard was a criminal justice? What am I in for?
Mr. Kolokithas, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, you know, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Kolokithas, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Ms. Karina Kolokithas to the stand.
Okay.
How do you spell Korina? Is it Korina or K like Karina or C?
Can you raise your hand? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Karina Kolokithas, Kolokithas.
And where is it that you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
We lived in Canton for about 13 years. 21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canada?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
And how many daughters do you have?
I have 2,
And about how old are they?
18 and 16.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do work.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
And your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and January 29th, 2022. Recall those days?
I do.
And do you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there. So I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport was it?
It's basketball.
Was that your older daughter or younger daughter that was on that team?
My older daughter played on that team.
And so at some point there was a game for the varsity girls basketball team?
That's correct.
And where was that game that night?
At Canton High.
And do you recall who they played?
They played Foxborough.
And do you recall when the game was?
You mean time?
Yes.
6:30.
And so you mentioned that you went to the Canton Junction for about an hour. So about what time did you get to the Canton Junction?
I believe I got there around 6. I'm not sure.
And following the Canton Junction, where did you go from there?
Went to Canton High to watch my daughter play.
And within sort of the stands at a Canton High girls varsity basketball game, were there certain people that you would typically sort of sit with when you watch the game?
We would just sit with whoever we knew. Usually it was the parents of the girls that played on the varsity team.
And who were some of those parents?
Some of them were the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, people like that.
And the McCabe's.
What did
were
I
there-
spell wrong?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long had you and your family known the McCabe's?
I think we've known them for about 9 years or so.
And did they have a, excuse me, a daughter on the team as well?
Tell me
They
what I
did.
spelled wrong.
And so you arrived to the game, as far as your husband was concerned, did you observe him there?
He was there already.
And where did you go to sit?
I went in I don't exactly remember where I went to sit in the vicinity of my husband and those parents.
And following that game, where did you go from there?
So after the game, we went, usually at the end of the game, you'd go down, talk to the players, congratulate them, and then I told everybody I was going home.
And did you in
Thanks
fact
for
go-
watching, everybody.
I
Please
did go
do
home.
a YouTube thing and
after
subscribe.
you arrived home, what
It
did
is
anything
free.
I started getting text messages from my husband, and he said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and I should go.
And what, if any, hesitation did you have about that?
I was tired. I worked all day. Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing out of my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out, you don't do anything. Dad's by himself, you should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
And so based on that, you decided to go?
I did,
Okay. Where did you go?
reluctantly.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, reluctantly I went, yes.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF, I'm sorry, I went to the waterfall. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you had been before?
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located in the town of Canton?
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
And so obviously your husband was already there, you took separate cars, is that correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the water?
I believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30 at night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
Good for
And when you
you.
arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the waterfall?
So I walked into the waterfall, and there, pretty much, I didn't know anybody except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of when you walk in the door, the people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door, where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they were at the back of the high top tables.
And if I was standing sort of at the doorway of the waterfall, the entrance way in, and facing those high top tables, which side were your husband and the McCabe's on from that perspective?
On the right. I believe the band was playing on the, if you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the, like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band that was playing that night, fair to say, it was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there, yes.
And as far as, obviously you're at a bar, people are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me off for days. So I chose water.
Now, as far as that high top table that you went to with your husband and the McCabe's, were there other people at that table?
There were other people there.
And did you know or recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them, maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or stayed towards that end of the table?
That is correct. I talked to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as sort of the overall sort of demeanor within the bar that night or within the group that you were at the high top table with, how would you describe it?
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody at any time that you saw throughout the entire time you were there?
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear who we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she's seated or how it's clothing?
She's sitting right there.
That's a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece and my younger daughter were friends.
We're friends, our friends?
They are friends.
And about how long had you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at John McCabe's house.
And if you know about when was that in reference to his date of January 28th, 2020?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McCabe's house.
That is correct.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship between either yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, or yourself and who did you know better, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I knew Mr. O'Keefe better. We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So he was a great guy. We saw him all the time. Yeah.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been, no.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in, and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fian. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about what he was wearing?
I believe he was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, some kind of top.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of a jacket or anything like that with him at any time that you saw him that night?
I don't remember a jacket. I remember like some kind of light shirt or something, like a light hoodie-ish kind of. I don't remember a jacket.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about the condition of it? Were there any sort of tears or disheveled?
He looked fine. Nothing about his clothing stood out to me.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night. Anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again?
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them that evening at the bar?
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described at any point in time in the evening?
No, everybody was having a great time.
Now, with regard to sort of where you were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was he closer to your end, or where was he located?
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that Karen stayed with me. And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people.
Yes,
And Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
that is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table? Who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was Jen McCabe,
So
the three of us.
when Ms. Reed comes and joins, is essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
And that first sort of initial conversation between the defendant and Ms. McCabe, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did not. It was loud. I don't know what they were talking about.
Now, as far as, obviously you're at a bar and people are drinking, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe to be drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking that night?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with a clear liquid in it?
Correct.
Now, as far as through any conversation that you had with either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the water bowl?
So they had come from across the street.
And what is across the street?
From the bar, I think, so it was CF McCarthy's.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Ms. McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just to.
It was the three of us.
The three of you are talking.
Mhm.
Okay. And with respect, to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John.
So she spoke about your kids?
About my daughter, yeah.
A little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She did. She always had a way of like saying, I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
And then after she talked a little bit about that, what, if anything else, did she talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything, else did she say about that in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that, that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would you say it was that you left from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear or were you a part of as far as anybody talking about where to go next?
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
And what pizza places across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happens to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group like, hey, let's go there. And he said no.
And what, if anything, did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say in reference to going to eat?
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more than once?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember like at this moment, but.
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
Say that, could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to that particular one?
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
That's my question.
Yes.
I'll be right back. I think the prosecution did say.
Now, other than that, what, if any, other discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to go after the war?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview. I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And did either yourself or your husband take anyone up on an invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, there's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home.
And just to be clear, by him, you mean your husband?
My husband, yeah.
And around the time of midnight or so when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, you're coming with me. And she grabbed her, she put her arm around her, and she said in front of me, she's like, you're coming with me, you're coming with me.
And just to be clear, sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or
no, joking around, hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, where are we going? And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. It was something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meaning the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
not with us. No.
Now, at some point you get outside of the waterfall, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, you know, it was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near to some sort of vehicle?
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or a black SUV prior to that date?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle did you observe Karen walking?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, like, I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't see anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you or the opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
So you were facing away from the waterfall, they were facing towards the waterfall, is that right?
They were just like, we were in different directions. So I was like, it's hard to explain, but they were facing, like I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then on your car when you left, is that
Each
correct?
was facing the flow of traffic.
Around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing. You could see the street still.
So you could still sort of see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
With the court's permission, I'd just like to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 53, just a couple of portions of that on the screen with this witness.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'd ask first for the second video from Channel 3. And again, if I could ask for approximately 10:59. And if you could just get deposit there. So Ms. Kolokithas, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the waterfall.
And is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Now, before you, ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on it and direct it at the screen.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So from this video, first of all, as far as the people in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard to see, but it's you want me to point?
If you recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention to
So-
that person and explain who that is.
Oh, sorry. That, I believe, is my husband with that. Maybe, I'm not sure.
So if you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now, Mrs. Kolokithas, just from up on this video, you recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of January
Yes,
28th?
the high tops, yeah.
And if you could just direct the jury's attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking to Ms. McCabe and the defense?
So, like, if we're pointing to here, I'd be on that side, like the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
Exactly.
The area where the band was,
Is
if you could.
The band is here, like, that's what I meant, the left, yeah, on the front.
And if you know the front door areas, where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m.
She's pointing back here behind. She's pointing kind of, you can't see, it's right behind my head. It's about where my lamp is where the door is between my head and my lamp. Let me get a better box. There we go. She's pointing right here is the door to come in. I'm trying to make it bigger for you. Man, there's everybody. I swear, if there were strings up on the wall connecting people together, it'd be a very intricate spider web at this point. I mean, there's people not even on this flow chart like these attorneys. These are all the parents of kids and such.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, and with the court's permission, I would ask for.
Oh, they keep
same video, 3
showing.
and 6 video.
Evidence file.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to 12:09 and 50 seconds. Thank you. Again, Mrs. Kolokithas, you recognize what's up on the screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier.
So now
to
I
see.
can recognize a few more people.
And so from what you can see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay, so that's me right there. And then my husband is right there, Nicholas. And I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. And I can't tell because of the barcode up there.
With the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And
Who in the hell is drumming?
could, play it from this
Oh, I
point.
see John too.
It
Sorry.
physically hurts.
And I see John. John's right there.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this point till 12:11 and 4 seconds.
Yeah, see John. Sorry, right there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. Now, as far
The
as
3 women
the
leaving.
record,
That's
12
Jennifer,
and
I bet.
38.
I mean,
See
Karen.
sort of 3 individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, if with that laser pointer, if you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay, so that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. You can pause that, Ms. Gilman. Now there's another individual sort of making their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe, yes.
Exiting from the wall.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the last 2 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, but from channel 1. And the third video down on channel 1. If I could ask you to fast forward to about 12:11. Essentially, what I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could play this from 12:11 and 0 to 12:11 and 25 seconds. But I'm sorry, first, if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second. And I know it's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag blew in front of the camera, do you recognize what's depicted up there?
Can you repeat the question,
What's
please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's the exit to the waterfall?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could. If you could pause right there. Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame. Do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time where you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
And if you could, just with reference to the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? You had parked and where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking to?
So, okay. Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where where you see the cars, and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street?
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way.
Okay.
And then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds. You could pause there. Do you see an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person is?
I believe it's Jennifer.
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe?
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you go to the last. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
You and I have never met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Never.
We've certainly never interviewed
Nope.
together.
Never.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you're questioning by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children,
Yes.
and that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together,
Yes.
and she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later, they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Ms. Cole, anything?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So Mrs. Kolokithas, with reference to your relationship with John O'Keefe, as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you didn't have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to relationship or trips or anything like that?
Not that night. No.
And as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe is, do you have any sort of discussions at any point in time about sort of his relationship with Miss Reed or anything going on in that relationship?
He didn't tell me personal things. No.
You didn't have that type of relationship, correct?
Correct.
And this time out on January 28th, that was the first time that you had been out socially with the defendant, Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what went on behind sort of closed doors at their home or anything like that, you didn't know anything about it?
I did not know.
Nothing further.
I have one question, Your Honor, if I may. But what you did observe between the two of them that night, to use your words, they were lovey-dovey.
They were.
All right, Ms. Kolokithas, you are all
Thank
set.
you. Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's quarter of. Why don't I see counsel for just a minute? Jurors, feel free to stand. And it makes sense to let you go a little early, and we'll start fresh tomorrow. Okay, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Jurors, closing your notebooks and leaving them on the chairs. Gather your belongings. Follow me. All rise. Jury out, please.
Goodbye.
May be seated.
Any evidentiary issues I need to be concerned about tomorrow with this next witness?
Not for the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, we have, I believe, provided every exhibit that we intend to introduce through this witness. They are all photographs and or screenshots
Okay, hold up.
that we would have lined up. I'm happy to show them to Mr. Lally in terms of the specific ones that we would be using before we leave today.
Okay, so just so it's clear, anything you intend to introduce, you have to show them in advance.
I know, we've provided them is what I said originally.
So,
And I certainly will show them before I show them to the witness. What I'm offering is to show them now before we break.
so yes, so I'm telling you that yes, show them to him before we
That's
break.
exactly what I suggested.
Anything that you intend to show us, introduce tomorrow.
Sure.
Yep.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, we're done with that. All right. Yeah, my son just told me I need to get my butt to the doctor. So, I just was saying I'm going to go ahead and go to the doctor and get seen because my mouth is like sandpaper and raw meat, and it is getting worse. much worse. So, so we're going to do that. And then I am, sorry, beyond tomorrow morning, we will go there, and then we will go over everything then. I appreciate your support and kindness. Be praying for me. I don't know what this is, but it is brutally painful. So y'all have a rocking evening. Mods, I will chat you the evening what's going on. But in the meantime, y'all have an awesome day. Thank you so much for joining me. I apologize I'm not up to par this afternoon, but I'll be better tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye. Blessings.